I had a terrible idea, so I had a terrible meme in my head, so I changed my name for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm finishing up, grabbing everything that I need and getting stuff
I need to get
together.
some water because I forgot to take my medication. Yippee. I'll be right back.
Just before we start, what was the change to this one? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, is it the 5th palm? No longer 7th palm? Oh, that's what the one I have is the 7th palm.
Yeah, it's not the 5th.
Hola. I am back.
Oh wait, let me see this one. Maybe this one is better.
No, I reduced the number of overall palms. I got rid of some of the unused numbers and cut it
Did
down,
you get
so
rid of
it's the 5th
7?
now. It is, yeah. The numbers just changed, so yeah, it's the 5th. It's still the same thing, but
do additional damage. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna place it so I don't have to worry about that. Got it. Let me edit.
Chillin'. Sorta. My side hurts, but it's fine.
Fifth Palm, what is his name? The Fifth Palm. The Fifth Palm's name is. Shouldn't say. I got you.
I'm gonna mute for a second. I need to call someone real quick.
Okay. Got it. Alright, seems we're good. Probably will. May have to. There we go.
I feel so stupid. Oh my gosh.
What did you do?
I walk out of my room to go get some water, and as I'm walking out, I'm just thinking, man, it's really quiet in the house. And so I went to call my dad, and I was like, and he picks up, and I'm like, hey, where are you at? And then he just pauses, and he goes, Oklahoma? And I'm like, wait, and he was like, yeah, I went there today. And I was like, oh crap. I don't know where everyone else went. I don't. My mom left her phone here.
Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Present.
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 I am finishing up some things, but more or less. Yep.
Oh wait, yeah, let me look at what one posted so I remember what I have to say.
Okay. I'm gonna drag these out on the main page here and see how they look. Yeah, now we're talking.
Gaming. Let me go back to what moon was put. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. Look at those. Now we're cooking with gas. Everybody else is vaguely like darker themed or blue themed, and then there's Carmine who's red. Yeah.
Wait, what are we looking?
I just got rid of him. If you guys look under, you might have to reload your page, but if you look under your idle character refs on the journal, Glacier should be there. You should be able to drag them out yourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. I can do any fix up later. I did these in like under an hour each, so don't at me.
Fine. They are better than.
Ah.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah. Just so you get a feel for it, Corey, to see kind of like what the intention is behind those. Let me grab you guys and slot you into one of the dorms. So, like, I have just a bunch of idle screens like this. These are just for, so we're not just staring at the map the entire time. And whenever like you're on screen doing things or you're talking to somebody, you can just drag yourself and put yourself there to say, hey, look, I'm here.
Uh-huh.
And if it's the two of these two talking, then what I can do is...
There we go. Epic.
Yeah. So, it's immersive. I will in just a second. I've got to actually go snag my themes. Okay, if you guys need, a thing, hold on, let me grab it.
Hi, Riley. Hi, baby. My
Why are
dog
you
came
glowing
in
red?
here.
I'll put it in
Baby,
VC stuff. If you guys
Oh, mine's on
need,
fire.
Hold on. Riley, go. Go. No, Riley. Out, 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 out. Riley, get on my... Oh my gosh, you grabbed a sock. Yeah, hang on. 1 second.
Wonderful. That's what I want to know.
yeah. Explosion. Yeah, if you guys need something to kind of track like your ongoing stuff that you do throughout the day, I left the link in VC stuff. Grab the bot. Where's the bot? There's the bot. You're all good.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome
I had
back.
to go get my sock back from Riley.
We actually get taught by Lionheart? What? That's crazy.
Oh my gosh, really? That's crazy. That's not allowed.
I am in utter shock.
Just grabbing a few more things really quick and then I'll be good.
Why is Carmine exploding? Hang on, where? What?
Yeah, look on the map.
Oh my gosh.
And now I see actual explosions. There's a ring
What
of
is
fire.
going- Oh, I see. Perfect. Your voice Carmine, thanks for your praise.
Death is crazy.
Oh my gosh, it is! Wait, hang on. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. You can tell.
Try them with lasers.
Rocket.
If we want it lore accurate, Kerchel.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait, lore accurate shot? Hang on.
Let me try. About the slime bean.
I love that so much.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, got my notes. Ready? Grab one more thing just to be safe, and I'm good. No.
I just.
2, 1. Hello. We are
Hi.
ready to go.
Alrighty then. Sound good, audio good, everything nice and prim and proper and pretty.
It should be. I did some test recordings before and all seemed fine. Might just tweak music volume on my end, but that's for me to do.
Yeah, you're good.
But we are finally ready to begin after months of testing and kind of making sure that everything works properly. I have made sure to unmute the right things, which is good. It's just
Good. Good. Alrighty then. So, salutations, fellow programs. I am your maestro for today. You can call me Moon. My job is to facilitate and kind of operate this campaign as a whole. I am the middleman. I am the NPCs. I am a little bit of everything, but first and foremost, I am these players' #1 fan. Speaking of our players for today, we're just going to go through brief introductions. We're going to start at the bottom and go up because we like to go against the grain around here, and I like to follow the example that the RWBY trailers left us. So why don't we start with Rue?
Hello. I'm Bayo. I play Rue as a human rogue ranger.
Yep. So you're going to hear that everybody's at least 2 classes. This is a gestalting campaign, so it's multi-classing but fun. I mean, multi-classing is fun, but they get all the bells and whistles each level and not just picking and choosing. Saren?
Yeah, so, this is, I'm playing Saren. Saren is a samurai ranger, and she is also a silver fox faunus. And she is part of the Fujiwara clan.
Yeah, we adore Saren and her ears. Speaking of ears, Carmine.
Hello, I'm Cappy. I'm playing Carmine Lacuna, who is a jackal faunus, accelerator rogue, socially awkward individual who comes from Vacuo, also has an endless supply of sand both in her pockets and in her weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't worry. There's teachers that are crying themselves to sleep about that.
Yeah, Carmine is still exploding, by the way. She's underneath this cloud of explosions in the middle of the map.
Exploding.
That could be a visual bug on my end.
No, I see it too.
Okay, good.
Oh gosh, I don't see it.
It's a little bit of a disaster on my screen. Like you look
I'll
like
have to
Ashen.
definitely get the clip of that later. Oh god. I'll have to get the clip of that later. Last but certainly not least, our team leader, Tiffany.
Hello, I am Andrew Erblick, obviously pretty self-explanatory. I will be playing Tiffany Glass. She is also a rogue ranger, an Atlasian-born diamond heiress, recently relocated to Mistral because bad people tried to kidnap her. Yeah, so should be a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh, so
So she's not exploding? Yeah.
oh shit, wrong button. I pressed F12, not F5.
The team is evenly split: human Faunus, Tiffany and RWBY being human, and then Carmine and Thayer being Faunus, which in the most
Okay,
racist
she's
kingdom in
Melanie,
Mistal's
okay.
definitely going to be fun. There will be some minor lore changes in between what you would expect out of base RWBY and this campaign. We'll kind of address them as needed. I'll do my best to kind of focus on them and give the brief explanation when necessary, but that'll be kind of in the moment relevance thing. For now, we've been waiting. I've left Glacier waiting long enough. It's going on like 8 months now almost. So I think rather than spending too much time explaining things, we are just going to kind of get started. And getting started Monday morning, first thing, the start of the new year, day 1, is alarms. 3 of them going off at 6 a.m. Waking all 4 of you up as, well, it's early. We are presently a little bit before dawn. The sky is only just now starting to kind of turn its pale gray. And it's the first time the 4 of you are waking up in this space, your dorm room. All of you are used to waking up somewhat early, as we've established, but, well, the real thing to think about is today's your first day of classes. We'll start with the team leader, Tiffany. You're awake. What are you doing with your morning?
Tiffany's alarm is the Atlasian business report. She wakes up to that every morning. Immediately rolling out of bed, she moves towards a whiteboard opposite her bed on the wall, already starting to take notes, planning out the day's schedule. Archery and firearms, survival, a lunch break, math, and then combat. Everything is planned, everything is organized. As if just on autopilot. It's another day, new location.
Mm-hmm. How about Carmine? What's waking up to 2 other alarms this early in the morning like to you?
There's a loud metal pipe.mp3 that plays from her scroll. And she just sits right up. She's not exactly used to this kind of setting. She hasn't really been in an academic setting at all. So she's just awkwardly getting up in bed, sitting on the edge of it, and just like looking around to see what everyone else is doing before she gets moving. Trying to fix up her hair.
Well, your team leader is already getting things organized for the day. Sarah.
Wonderful.
What's your morning like?
Well, she wakes up to a surprisingly heavy metal music. No.
I approve that we're sticking with that.
You know what? I made my bed, and I'm gonna lay in it. So yeah, she wakes up. She's pretty. She's not like groggy or anything. She is similar to Tiffany in the fact that she is ready to face today. Probably the first one to be into the bathroom to start preparing.
And Rue, waking up not at 6, but at 6:01 to the sound of 3 other alarms going off and your team getting up. What's your morning like?
I'll have to make the most of it. Immediately go to the bathroom to start the 1-hour hair routine.
Luckily,
Yup.
we have
Some of the best.
2 bathrooms.
Yep. I did not update the dorm map. I will have to do that later.
Yeah, I just realized I fucked up the Discord overlay, so I'm fixing that. Please continue.
You're good, you're good. A little bit of time spent getting yourselves ready in the morning, kind of organizing yourselves and more or less waking up, getting ready for the day with the knowledge that you have classes soon. You have time for breakfast, if you wish it, down in the cafeteria. Otherwise, what you do with this time this early in the morning is all you. Yes, please, feel free to drag yourselves under the scene.
That is just habit at this point. I need to stop that.
No, Carmine.
No,
canonically
don't
says you've the-
explode, please! No, I just threw upside down! Oh my gosh.
These are the 4.
Yep. In left to right order, we have Tiffany, the team leader, Saren, the princess of Mistral. We say that jokingly. She comes from a noble family with a lot of prestige that's responsible for founding Mistral well over 1,000 years ago. They've stepped out of the leadership role and have taken more of a active role in defending and protecting the public, but the heritage still stands. Carmine, the resident car bomb. We love her to death. You'll hear us make a lot of jokes about her, but in reality, we all love her. And then last but not least, Rue, who may or may not vanish from the scene at random times. Don't worry about it.
Well, it's good to see that everybody is awake and proper. Got probably about an hour and a half before we need to start moving towards a classroom. Should be plenty of time to get breakfast. And any last minute study that we need to do. Like archery and firearms, I'm sure should be a little bit more practical than just book knowledge.
Can you define proper? She asks as she starts shaking out one of her boots and there's still sand coming out of it.
I'm sure they'll look at that. Tiffany's eye just kind of
Question
twitches
is-
slightly.
How many years is it going to take before she's not dumping out just piles of sand and it's just little spots?
No.
Yes.
Never.
We'll have our own beach before then.
Beachfront property would just shake Carmine down. How did all of you sleep?
Fine.
I've already made a request. There will be some new bedding coming in while we are at classes. If there is anything you don't want stolen, I would advise hiding it somewhere. I don't think anybody's going to steal anything while we're on school grounds. It's just a precautionary measure.
I don't think there's anything they can really take from me. She looks back at her bed. There's literally nothing on it except for her weapon case.
It's so sad. Do we even have our weapons on us? Are we allowed our weapons?
Presently, your weapons are stored in the lockers. Anything that you use to bring them here, such as cases and other equipment like that, would still be on your persons, or somewhere in the room, obviously. But the weapons themselves are stored away in the weapon lockers. You will have to stop by and grab those this morning
Very good.
on your way to class, but outside of that.
Poor Carmine. Well, it should still be good enough.
Archery and firearms is one of the classes where you aren't expected to have to wear the uniform right away. So it is kind of under the combat class clause of hey, you might be fighting and doing things, or at the very least, like being very active. So the uniforms aren't necessary.
Sweet. Tiffany will start getting dressed. She lays the mixture of blues, layer by layer, nice and warm. It's still cold in Mistral.
It is early January, January 1st. Snow still clings to the ground.
So she'll get herself organised. And then go back to looking over the board, just kind of like planning a few things.
Sure.
We've got an hour to kill before Rude's ready.
Some of the best hair in the entire school, and
It does
it
go
shows
on.
because he takes his time.
Let him do his thing.
Hey, I'm flaming.
Wait, at the very least with this team, they'll know who blocked the shower drain with their hair because, like, the
Rude's
color
got a
will be
whole
noticeable.
bathroom to
It's
himself.
fine.
Yeah, true.
It only affects me.
So I can't pull it up right now because like it'll fuck with like my overlays and shit. The dorms in Haven Academy have 4 beds, 2 bathrooms, separate, one for boys, one for girls, and a communal sitting area. Rue has Bayo has put it in the chat. It's just like I've got to pull it up, so I might try to do that now.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
I
there
can
it is.
drag it. Hold on, I can drag it
Oh, yeah, you can do that.
onto. It's going to be kind of a juxtaposition given the rest of the background. But once it loads, come on.
I just to have a look at it,
Well,
like
that's going.
I'll do some proper stuff later, or we can recreate it in Minecraft.
That is, God, I've thought about doing that. I honestly have.
I can do it. I got you.
I thought about recruiting the entirety of just Mistral campus. Discord is dying.
Yeah.
Oh no.
What is
There we go.
Oh no, yeah, we're all good now.
Just so everybody else can. Oh, that is so tiny. Here, I'm gonna block out everybody for a moment just so we can get a look at the dorms.
Yeah, because you made it a token, not
There
a
we
map.
go. There's the dorm layout.
So it is blurry as fuck, but it's good enough. Like, you get the picture.
Yeah.
Some beds,
Anyways,
some
I'm gonna get rid of
bathroom, a little sitting area.
This is faunus erasure. I can't believe you.
Yeah, you covered the faunus.
I really did. Holy shit.
Mr. Accuracy.
I'm just getting into NPC character, guys. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We're chilling.
We are
Your
chilling.
racism and fucking Mistral?
Racism in my Mistral? More likely than you think.
So while Rue's getting ready, is there anything the other three of you want to do kind of with this time in the morning? As far as readily available materials and things, the library is open to students because that's what you guys are now, 24/7. You can sit around and wait here. You can go grab breakfast. You can go explore the. I mean, honestly, we're gonna hit this situation a lot. The time is yours. What you do with it's up to you.
food.
Yeah, let's go grab some brekkie.
I request food.
Warrior
request
needs food
sustenance.
badly.
That's
I
doable.
need my melon.
The blackest coffee you've ever seen.
Yes, and melon.
Yep.
Tiffany will just
Before
like,
you head down.
knock on the door,
Go ahead.
let Brew know that we're going to go grab brekkie. He can come find us.
We'll do. See you in a minute or 30.
Take your time.
Tiffany just stares off into space ever so slightly. It's like Weiss all over again.
Yeah, it is.
And then she'll walk out the door. Dressed in her standard attire. We'll have a little bit of time to Actually, would survival class also be under that combat bracket?
Yes.
Sweet, so we can wear these clothes until lunch.
Great.
I just realized you guys are gonna wear it to lunch, change into the uniform for a single class, and then be able to change back out of it for
I know.
combat.
It's so awesome,
great.
dude.
So yeah, we'll head to the cafeteria.
Alrighty then. This early in the morning, there aren't too many students out and about. Primarily a lot of third years already up and about and doing things with their morning. Some of them hitting kind of the gym space, others hitting libraries, most stopping in by the cafeteria long enough to grab something to eat, something to drink, carrying it on their merry way.
We're just fucking dipped.
He's gone.
Busy.
The girlies.
The girlies.
The same warm face that all four of you have come to know from your brief time getting to interact with him. Raja, the home ec teacher, stands smiling, towering 8-foot tall man, built as wide as he is tall. A silverback gorilla faunus is more than happy to hand out food. As usual, his helpings are generous. Every spoon comes out heaping full, and comes with multiples if you ask for it. If you ask for 1, you get 2. If you ask for 2, you get 4. So, judge that accordingly. Saren, you take the time to grab coffee straight out of the brewer, not even bothering adding anything to it. One of the third years kind of gives you a quick side eye, looks almost offended as he takes like 6 creamers and dumps them into his coffee.
Weakling.
Tiffany would probably get a fairly routine breakfast: eggs, some sausages, toast, some mushroom, some beans. She's having an
I
English
knew it was coming. Yep, Elysian breakfast, yep. Beans on the toast.
Elysian breakfast.
Well, actually, given the inspirations, that'd be a Valish breakfast.
Yeah, Valish, because yeah, like Atlas, we've kind of got more in that that
Germanic, pseudo-Russian, yeah.
Yeah. She's having big breakfast.
Yep. Saren's enjoying her dark as can be coffee with her melon. And how about you, Carmine?
You know, we got some fine dining up in here. Some ice soup. No, I'm joking. So she's probably just getting some, like, you know, just the usual breakfast stuff, like just some scrambled eggs, maybe a glass of water. She doesn't drink coffee. That's not her thing. She does not like how bitter it is. Probably like a okay. Probably like a little fruit cup as well, because, you know, just a little bit fruity, but so just a normal sized breakfast. Keeps it simple.
She's a big girl.
Keep it shrimple.
Keep it shrimple.
So Tiffany will sit down, tuck a napkin. There is very clearly the carryover from Atlas. She takes her time making sure that oh, hey, he's back. She's not going to spill food on herself, and then gets to quietly.
Welcome back, Guru.
Bro just spawns in. He's been there the
Right
entire
about as you
time.
guys. Yeah, right. I mean, you never know. Right about as the three of you are sitting down and starting to get eating, Rue finally manages to come join. Rue, what does your breakfast look like in the mornings, out of curiosity?
Probably like something like congee.
Very traditional Mistral style. We love it. The four of you get to sit down, get to eat, get to take this opportunity to kind of interact with each other, or at least be around each other, with the knowledge of, well, you're a team. Some of you have already worked together during the entrance exams, Saren and Tiffany, and then Carmine and Rue. But it's your first time really, from the start of the day, getting to interact with each other, seeing how each other operates in the mornings and the differences between kind of your personal choices. Gotta make those ears just a little bit taller.
I had to make her files smaller because of how big the ears are.
That's great.
Carmine, I have a question for you.
Yes?
I noticed during the testing yesterday that you sent a pen flying. How did you do that?
I'm not sure. I think it's just anxiety.
Nonsense.
I'm sorry.
It's really funny.
I don't know exactly. That just kind of happened out of my control. Like, I'm sorry if that disturbed you or something. Like, I didn't mean to cause a distraction.
No, you're fine. I'm just more curious about it.
My semblance?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It just that, I can kind of slide. I can grip onto surfaces easier. I don't know what it is exactly. Someone's probably figured it out before me at this point.
Well, sounds useful.
I guess. I mean, it would be useful if I knew how to use it.
What about you, Rue?
And as she says that, she kind of like lifts her hand up and the fork's sticking to her hand, and she's like, yeah.
Here, have the child chopsticks.
Oh no!
Wait, hold on. She might actually be gacked at using them. Hold on.
Very impressive. And you can't do this on command.
Nope.
Well, I believe you're at the right place to learn how to do it on command. I'm sure the teachers will find you very fascinating.
And she just like leans over to Rue. It's like a stage whisper. She's like, why did she say it like that?
Don't worry, she's from Atlas. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Fair.
Fair enough. Speaking of Rue, I do believe Tiffany had taken the time to turn to you and kind of ask you about your kit, so to speak, your semblance.
He just puts a spoonful of rice porridge in his mouth and then taps Carmine on the head and makes her turn invisible.
Wait, her head or her?
Her entire body. I'm just
Okay,
tapping
good.
her on the head.
Okay, good.
I have to take away the idol token now.
The headless Carmine.
Oh, goodbye, Carmine.
Yeah.
She is gone. She is deceased. She's no more.
Yep.
Oh,
Carmine vanishes from sight. It's a strange sensation, Carmine, as the world fades into, well, black and white.
Your semblance is to make people not see colors?
Try looking at your hand.
She looks down at her hand.
There's nothing there.
Oh!
How did you not realize this during the entire opening test?
You know, I was kind of not completely there.
Well, neither was he, apparently.
The anxiety wouldn't have helped as well.
I just thought you were really sneaky. That's it.
I mean, he is.
Yeah, no, he is.
She just blinks and thinks he disappeared naturally.
Yeah.
Brody dipped.
She 100% thought that. That's no
I mean,
joke.
She comes from Vacuo. There are the kinds of people out in the desert who could just do that. So.
Well, what about you two? What's your resemblance?
Tiffany smiles a bit. She has a look around. Her eyes glow faintly. That soft diamond blue. What's something that she would see that is on the verge of breaking? Like a table leg or a chair or something. That's like... doesn't look it, but would just be able to pick up like, yep, that's gonna break soon.
Sure. One of the chairs that is maybe like 3 or 4 down from you is going to look a bit brighter than normal. The kind of countersunk bolt that holds the actual flat part of the seat to the legs has started to shear off and started to loosen from just repeated use and students sitting on it, and is likely due to kind of dump the entire chair and make the whole thing collapse the next time a good solid weight sits down on it.
I can identify flaws and faults in objects and structures. And that chair over there, that and is walking towards, it's about to break. She's expecting Son to do something stupid.
A very sleepy-eyed, very tall, well-built man, one of the first years who sleeps in the dorm across from you guys. A familiar face to Carbine.
Oh no.
Is kind of mid-yawn, carrying what looks like 2 trays worth of food. Goes to sit down in the entire chair, just dumps out from under him, sending him and all the food kind of spilling across the floor.
Just where the metal pipe sound effect plays.
Yep.
Donk.
He just kind of sits there for a second, looks up at the ceiling, sighs. You just catch a mumble to himself, mandatory floor time.
Oh, they're learning from one another.
Floor time. Oh, she just winces at seeing that happen. Kind of wondering if she should have called it out or something.
It can be used on creatures of Grim, on clothing, or on people. People, it is harder to tell because aura is a strange thing to fully understand. But I can tell with you, your ankles are your weak point. You shift your center of mass and you will struggle. It's only under pressure. Now I know that what your semblance does, it makes a lot more sense. Munch on toast. I know your weak point.
There's
Eat
beans.
food.
He looks horrified.
I know where you
My
sleep.
weak point is your food.
I know where you sleep. I know your weak points.
And I've got more money than you to boot. That just leaves the attention to naturally fall to Saren.
Saren puts down her melon. Well, my semblance. She thinks for a moment. Mother is this, and you see a little, like an aura ball, like pop up next to her, and it's just like it looks like a little like imp, little demon floaty ball thing.
It takes on the appearance of a somewhat rounded sphere with a pair of horns sticking up out of it, and a single eye that splits open to kind of stare at each of you guys briefly. Yep.
Fascinating. Everything inspects it.
It stares at your beans on toast very, like,
Judgmentally?
offendedly. Yes, judgmentally.
Yes, more judgment.
Almost
Well-
seems to wince at it.
He stares at it. Munch.
I can absorb corruption fairly well, I would like to add. And then
brief
when the time is
aside-
right... Oh, good.
Go on ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay.
Finish up.
And when the time is right, I can unleash it back out.
A brief aside for our viewers, corruption is something I've added in. It is a type of energy originating primarily from Grimm that alters the world, whether that be organic, inorganic, and tries to make it more like Grimm and people. It tries to Grimmify them, turn them to crystal. In the world, it turns the land black, it withers plants and trees. Makes things look a lot like the area around Salem's castle, so to speak. Anyways,
It bad.
continue.
That's very handy. My results for my test were not that good compared to the average expected scores of other huntsmen. So, quite fortunate to be paired with you, I'm going to be honest. Just smile a bit, Monch. Dabbing the little bits of bean sauce away from her mouth corners. Probably offending everybody at the table.
The little
Sandwich
sprite
dish.
kind of winces again.
Sarah's just gonna go back to her melon and coffee.
There's a mildly, like, somewhat disgusted look on Carmine's face at the beans on toast, but she's, like, trying to hold it back, doing a very poor job at it. She just goes back to eating her own breakfast and looks away from the sight.
Yeah,
Also, I may not be very emotive, however, they do say the semblance comes from the soul. So that's why my companion is giving you poor looks.
Judgmental stares continue.
If I shrieked under the gaze of a judgmental glare, I would not be very suited for what I'm going to do. She kind of like... This feels mean, Cappy. I'm not bullying you. Tiffany kind of like moves her semblance across the car. Oh my god, she backed up.
I didn't do that.
Tiffany's eyes shift across the carmine. The gaze narrows. Feel that unnerving sensation of being watched. It is like it's like a genuine weight of like, oh god, something's watching me. This feeling does pass as Tiffany dispels her semblance, but it's like, judgmental staring is Tiffany's ammo. I don't like this feeling.
Question, DM.
Yes.
So, at this moment, Carmine feels like she is under immense pressure. Can we roll to see what happens
Absolutely.
with your semblance? Okay.
Absolutely.
First roll of the campaign, baby.
D100 or
Yeah.
okay, cool.
I see the toast.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you,
22.
Bale. Thank you, Bale, for the toast. Under that much pressure, it is only a reflex for somebody who struggles to control their semblance that it activates. The fork that you were in the middle of clutching, kind of in the middle of like getting ready to bring food up to your mouth, just slides out of your hand. Not just tumbling to the table, but it shoots out of your hand, clattering and bouncing several times down the entire length of the table, hitting the floor, clattering a few more times. One of the upperclassmen reaches down to get ready to pick it up, and as soon as they try, it slips and shoots out of their fingers as well too.
She just
Automatic siren dodge of the.
Yep.
Upon reflection, I
You lean back, lifting up your melon and your coffee out of the way, and the your little sprite just kind of watches the fork clatter before slowly just looking back towards Carmine.
Siren also slowly looks back at Carmine.
you just go on.
Upon reflection, I probably shouldn't have chosen you, but I did gather it would get a immediate reaction. I'm sorry.
It's fine. And she just stiffly gets up from her seat and she's going back to get another fork. Doing the walk of shame back. She's not even picking up the one that dropped to the floor. She doesn't wanna claim that energy, dude.
Just weaponize the fork.
Unfortunate.
The devil toast is killing me. Oh shit. The toast made me do it. It whispered to me. Target the jackal, target the jackal, target the jackal, target the jackal.
Oh yes, the toast on your shoulder.
Yes. What did you say, Toast? Torture the jackal? Well, if you insist. Well, once Carmine gets back over, Tiffany will probably be just about finished her food. How long has it been? How much time do you have to get ready?
You guys maybe have about 45 minutes before you have to make your way to classes. Enough time to go get involved in something if you wish. Our first downtime segment of the campaign, there's going to be a lot of these. There's going to be a lot of times where this is very sandboxy, where I'm just going to hand the reins over to you guys and you can spend the time doing as you see fit. This falls under the Dawn segment if you're using the tracker. We're just going to kind of go around and see what, if anything, you guys are interested in spending a little time in this morning. There's a lot for you to be able to do. There's a lot of options on hand, a lot of resources readily available.
Would I be able to get my gun or have picked up my firearm? I want to continue practicing what Queener had told me.
Sure.
To start working on the continue the train skill development. So
you take the opportunity to head down to the lockers, check out your gun early, and take it out to the firing range outside.
Yeah. Before you do that, she'll finish her food, like neatly have things ready to be taken away. She's still not sure where to put them. I'm gonna head to the firing range.
There's a large stack of plates. Go ahead.
Get myself nice and loose, ready for class. Do the three of you know where the classroom is? If not, I can send you a location on the map. Your gaze shifts between the three of them and the little dude.
I probably would be best to just send us the location.
Yep, Tiffany already does that. It's already sent. It was already there. Like, she was doing it anyway.
Oh. Yeah.
It's a map location like pathed out from the cafeteria. She'd probably done it while you were picking up the new food. Don't be late. We cannot afford to make bad first impressions. Unaware that you made Carmine make a bad impression. Just a bit stupid.
Already?
Tiffany straightens herself up, takes her plates over, then yeah, she'll head to the firing range to continue learning Queen's training skill.
All right. Welcome to the school grounds.
Perfect. Oh. My gosh, this is like a dating sim background.
Yeah, I'm constantly looking for more.
No,
backgrounds, but
I
this
love
one
it.
feels,
Everybody take
yeah,
Carmine.
this one feels very Mistral. He's just poking it. He's just watching. Don't worry about it.
Oh, hold on. You were about to die. I think that's got unplugged.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We'll give you a minute.
While
Oh, there
you're
it is.
redoing that,
Oh, yeah, okay.
Why-
Should be back on.
there you go. While you're plugging that in, Carmine, we'll go in glacier order. What are you doing with your morning? You've got a bit of free time before class.
You know, she's probably gonna. She's already like taken like nearly a whole tour across the campus, but nothing really comes to mind at the moment. So she'll probably just see what the other two are doing and then decide from there.
All right.
Maybe join one of them.
Saren.
I think some early morning warm-ups with her sword would be in order.
Alrighty then. Working on and developing things. Let me look at something really quick.
Know somebody that'll be training with the sword at this time of morning.
Hi, yeah, I know exactly who's there. I was about to mention that, but
I wonder who it will be.
Me too.
Oh shit. Wait, we were good. No, not a sad dog, just like, oh wait, no, he's a dog.
he's a wolf boy. We'll get to that in a second. Taking the opportunity to kind of train and warm yourself up. Would you say you're focusing more on the kind of the forms and techniques you're familiar with? Are you trying something new? Are you kind of working on your agility a little bit? Or are you kind of pushing yourself physically to hit harder? Are you working on strength, dex, or working on one of your skills?
I feel like she would be, like just, getting, like, loose in terms of, getting her, her joints loose, everything warmed up. Specifically, maybe more on agility.
Sure.
Yeah.
So if you would like to make room somewhere on your notes, you are actually, we'll have you make me a dexterity check first, just a stat check.
Okay. Her dex is not that great, which is why we're doing it.
Yeah,
Ability or ability, right?
Yeah, just raw ability.
Yeah, just the ability check.
Okay.
Ooh, not bad.
Fantastic. So it's a good time to teach you guys. I've already walked Andrew through the basis of this, but the success system, basically, I'm going to tell you how many successes you need to get an increase in something. In the case of your dexterity, with it being a 10, you'll need 11 successes to up it by 1 point. As long as you don't roll a 1, you're guaranteed a single success. You rolled a 17. Which gives you 2 successes. If you roll a natural 20, you get 3. So,
Okay.
Should I
whenever
roll?
you hit that threshold, yeah, you did for Queeness.
Yeah, but I didn't roll for this one because I'm working on that.
No, you did not. Yeah. So you can go ahead and do that as well too. And then I think you have your number of successes.
Yeah, I've got mine
I
written
think
down.
it was 25.
So Tiffany
So if you want to make room.
Yeah, Tiffany is just working on gun control. Very much
Sure.
like a weighted feel. So I don't think.
That would be whatever primary stat you use for
7.
gun handling.
That's weird. I just couldn't I couldn't
That's only a
remember how to
single
make
success.
it. Yeah, it's still fine.
Yeah.
Gives it a 3 of 20. It's just
Sure.
like trying to get it to the
So-
single roll is weird.
Yeah. So anytime that you guys are working on anything like that, I'll just say, hey, just make a roll for it. I'll tell you how many successes it is. If you start something new, I'll give you the overall threshold. That is going to be consistent regardless of what you're doing. If you're learning a feat, if you're bumping stats, if you're learning a new skill, if you're learning a new teachable from somebody else, that is consistent across the board. So there's ways you can get more or less depending on what you do, but that is what it is. So it's kind of the brief introduction to that little system for you guys. But
Hell yeah.
if you got any questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, that's what we got. So yep, you're 2 of 11 successes down, which we'll see what Rue is up to, and then we'll double back to Carmine to see who you want to go poke with. Actually, Saren, before I forget, unsurprisingly, as you saw him several times, and you actually got to see him in action, cross blades of them briefly, just in kind of a relaxed spar. Unsurprisingly, the small little wolf faunus, the shortest person in Mistral's first years, Orion, is out and about this early in the morning, already working through his forms, already working up a bit of a sweat as he's practicing. He'd be in the same area that you'd be. Going ahead.
You want me to like interact?
No, I thought you'd said something, so I thought it.
Oh
sorry.
no,
Anyways.
I said nice. Good for him.
Yeah. Okay, that's what you said. Got it. Yeah, he's just out and about doing things as he always does. Rue, what do you want to do with your time this morning?
Well, he's gonna go sit under a tree and start his day by meditating.
Alrighty then. Since you're taking some time to relax and ready yourself, the next time you have to make any kind of roll, skill check, whatever, kind of in a background setting, you'll do so with advantage. So there's that fun. Just taking some time to relax, calm your mind, ready yourself. Carmine, 2 of your friends are getting themselves ready for class soon.tm and kind of getting themselves ready for the day. And Rue thought for a minute maybe he's taking a nap under one of the nearby trees, but he's staying alert. Kind of just focusing himself and relaxing and mentally preparing himself for the day.
Yeah, she'd probably join Saren because, like, probably best for her to go training. But like, she doesn't want to use her firearm function of her weapon because she doesn't know if it's gonna blow up before classes. So
This is fun.
This
Working
is
on the
fun.
blade. Yeah, just working on the blade itself and the jank transformation.
Yeah.
I love that stupid gun. Are you joining her and working on some agility and
Yeah,
physicality?
definitely working on like for mechanics' sake. Yeah, she'd be working on her dex. It's at a
Sure.
19, I believe, from Gunner
Sure.
on top of it. Yes.
Yep. So that means you'll need 20 successes in order to. Your sheet says an 18. Nope. Then
Yeah, no, I had to
can read.
fix it.
Uh,
No, I had to fix
yeah,
it because I realized I didn't put it down. Whoops.
No, you're good. You'll need 20 successes. So go ahead and just give me a dexterity check.
Yup. 7. Yippee!
You mind if I switch
Yeah.
mine to strength just because?
Absolutely. You're at 18 strength right now, presently.
Yeah. Yep. So
The number of successes you need to up a stat is whatever your stat is right now plus 1, so you'll need 19. So you can just
Okay.
convert those successes over, so you have 2 of 19.
okay, excellent.
Okay, so
Yep, and Carmine's at 1 of 20. There's a little bit of nervousness at doing something like this out in a new space and just reacclimating, getting comfortable. Another one of those moments where someone's activates on one foot, not the other, so your foot starts sliding and you almost end up doing the splits and you catch yourself. Not fun.
Are mine does splits? Let's go.
Involuntary.
There's also yeah, involuntary splits. Those aren't fun. There's also kind of like the judgmental eye coming from Siren's little sprite that's staring not at you, but at your weapon. Looking a little bit confused and almost like slightly offended.
she kind
Like,
of
what is that?
she kind of pauses. She looks at Sarah and she's like, "Didn't you say like it kind of expresses what you're thinking or something?"
I mean, it does.
Oh, good to
But,
know. And she goes back to trading without another word.
I think your weapon is perfectly adequate, as I've told you before.
Right. Thank you.
It's adequate. It's just strange.
Yeah, no kidding.
The gun stock folds back to expose the blade. Like it's, and then you hold it by the barrel. Like,
Yeah, it's perfect. Metal pipe
fucking-
and on MP3.
yeah,
Listen,
I fucking
Saren
love
has a
this
way with her
stupid gun.
words. Adequate is what she's going to be using.
Yup.
What does that mean? What does that mean, Siren? It's adequate. Yeah, but like, what does that mean?
Adequate.
Adequate.
Yes.
Yep.
I realize I did not make an idle screen for being in class. Don't worry about it.
It's an outdoors
Let's use
class.
this.
We won't worry about it. Don't
apparently.
worry.
The bell to announce the start of the school day echoes out across the grounds, giving you guys 10 minutes to make it to, well, your morning classes.
Yeah, Tiffany will be there pretty. Whoa, okay, that was weird. Tiffany will make her way there straight away because she's not going to be late.
Neither is Saren. To
Where
the
would-
earliest to be on time.
Yes. Where about either would I already almost be there at the firing range, or is it in like the forge or something?
You're already there in the firing range, so
Sweet.
yeah, you're fine.
Baller.
Gaming.
Yeah, she'd just be following Saren since they were in the same area, so.
Wet puppy.
What?
The two of
What did you say?
Wet puppy.
No. You're not wrong.
What do feats need for training, by the way, man?
Feats need 30 successes. So they're an investment, but they're worth it. That and you need to have the means to do it, like,
The
in a way
people
that makes sense.
train it. People that have it to train it.
Yeah, yeah. Either somebody to train it or like resources on hand to help with it. Like you can't just go out and train the well-connected perk without going out and actually making connections and like spending time out on the town, so to speak. Or like online. There's ways to make it make sense, but you got to make it make sense to me first. Anyways. And how about you, Rue?
He'll make his way there after a bit.
All right. You're all decently early showing up to classes, at least to this class. The students filter in bit by bit this early in the morning. Monday, the start of things, first year classes. There's a few other groups with you guys, but the class seems decently small overall. Seems to be maybe only 3 teams. All of you have at least gotten to see, and some of you have gotten to meet the vice headmaster before, Tobias Hawkwood. He's kind of average height, dressed primarily in all black. Looks like he stepped right out of Vacuo. Full cowboy duster, the hat, pistols at his side. Kind of on the leaner side as far as overall build goes. Has a nice tan, Vacuo style. As he takes off the duster, or not the duster, but his hat, and sets it down, leaning against kind of one of the firing counters, waiting for all of you to gather up and for the day to start. The first thing that becomes noticeable about him is obviously the black sash that's kind of wrapped over his face, covering up his eyes. You can see just poking out from underneath scars along the kind of top of the cheek and a little bit of the top of the nose. Showing that he's taken some damage along his face and probably doesn't actually have physical use of his eyes anymore.
Tiffany can't help herself.
Don't you judge me.
She's going to judge him. She can't help herself. How fucked up are his eyes? How much can her semblance tell? Like, damn, those things are fucked.
Mm-hmm. Funny enough, activating our semblance's weak points aren't his eyes. As a matter of fact, his eyes do not show any signs of weakness whatsoever, despite the fact that they do not functionally work. He's managed to figure out other ways to see or other ways to utilize his abilities. No, his primary weak points actually seem to be the tail that's wrapped around his waist. It's done so in a relaxed fashion. He's not hiding it, it's just a comfortable way, and it keeps it out of the kind of reach of immediate combat or immediate targeting. Marking him as a fellow faunus. Well, not in your case, marking him as a faunus, but for the other 2 faunus, marking him as a fellow faunus.
So we wrap Carmine's tail around her.
As you activate your semblance and kind of judge him for a second, the head turns over towards you and he gives you almost kind of a knowing smirk.
Tiffany stays quiet. Like, she knows that he knows that she knows. And there's no point, like, bringing attention to it. But yeah, she'll wait for the others. I mean, she's already been there, so she's pretty much already seated, situated, ready to go. Just inspecting her gun. Beautiful.
Everyone gets settled in. No sooner does the bell go off does he push himself up to a full standing. Gives you all a warm smile, clasps his hands together. Well, I cannot tell you how happy I am that a lot of you chose me to be your very first. For, well, breaking you into the new year and to your classes. There's a lot I want to say and a lot I want to cover, but unfortunately my time is limited and the things I have to go over are important. So we're going to keep it brief and we're going to move straight forward into things. Out of everyone present, he looks around. Who does not presently utilize a firearm?
Saren's gonna raise her hand.
Alright, we're going to have you step over to the side from everybody else if you'd be so kind.
She will do.
Don't worry.
So.
Yeah, well, we're gonna walk you through some different firearms. Your instruction's gonna be a bit more hands-on today. The way his head tilts, it's like he's looking over all you guys. You can feel his attention kind of shifting in between each of you one by one. He lingers for a moment, first on Rue. Looks like he was going to look past you like so many others did, but he seems to double back, as if finally recognizing you, given your semblance and your proclivities. Slipping out of people's notice isn't uncommon for you, but as you've seen multiple times with others here, he's attentive and he's sharp, and just because he doesn't have his eyesight doesn't mean he can't detect you in some capacity. Likely has some level of aura sense. He stops on you next, Carmine, looks down at your firearm, you see the eyebrow raise.
Just cutting in quickly, Rue's in a quick be right back, so you might need to repeat things when he gets back.
You are all good, I'll repeat as needs be.
Her grip just slightly tightens on her weapons. Kind of looks away.
And then to you, Tiffany. Just kind of seeming to scope out everybody, get a feel for them, gives a nod. He lines the teams up and takes the opportunity to kind of go down each of you, getting a look at what you're capable of as far as firearms are concerned. The only person whose posture he doesn't correct is Tiffany's, because Tiffany's is fucking immaculate.
Very much.
He stops at you. Go ahead.
For those who don't know, Tiffany's standard default shooting pose is very similar to that of the Olympics style airsoft pistol shooting. Very straight, very proper, but still relaxed and composed enough to not interfere with the firing. Very, very precise base, very, very precision orientated, one shot instead of rapid fire. And Carmine.
Smooth, repeated actions. He gives a approving nod before stopping at Carmine, crossing his arms as he watches her shoot a couple of times. I can hear the sand grating inside that gun.
She pauses mid-pull of the trigger and just like looks up at him a bit, just kind of glances around to make sure. And she's like, yeah, it's definitely me. And she looks over at him and says, I it's a lot of work that went into this. It came straight from Vacuo and all that, so yeah, probably still has some sand stuck in there. It still works.
I get that you miss home, but you didn't need to bring that much of it with you.
She pauses and she's like, I mean, it's not intentional. It still functions, But I try to clean it out. I swear.
He holds out a hand. Do you mind?
Sure. She hand it over.
He hefts it up, immediately unchambers the loaded round with practiced precision, hands you the round itself before setting about dismantling your weapon piece by piece with deft, swift hands. Takes the opportunity to shake out all the loose sand at every available opportunity. Takes a second to look over the completely disassembled firearm present before him, kind of crosses his arms, taps on his shoulder a little bit, tilts his head. Well, I can definitely tell you salvaged large parts of this. Honestly, given the materials you had access to, not bad. Though we can definitely get you some upgrades.
Yeah, I kind of figured, except I just, kind of expensive and all that.
Yeah, I remember your name being on some of the financial aid lists. Well,
shit.
He didn't have to say that out loud.
Oh, you don't have to be ashamed about it. I mean, not everybody comes from money.
You just see Tiffany in the background. Bang, bang. Everything new, everything shiny, everything perfect.
He hefts up the salvaged telescope like the old-fashioned extending ones that you've used as the lens piece for it as your sight. Does this actually do you any level of magnification or any kind of proper sighting, or are you just firing with feeling?
It gives me confidence.
That's good. That's important, but
Mhm.
you can get confidence from things that also give you functional help.
Yeah, but again, kind of expensive to get those, especially for a sniper. You know how much those go for, right? Like, they're kind of
He
pricey.
reaches around under the duster behind his back, snaps out a folded up rifle, which unfolds itself and extends, the barrel lining up and snapping into place. Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay.
Folds it back down and stores it back behind himself again. Well, one way or another, you're going to have to figure out something. I'm more than willing to help you to the best of my extent, but with these materials, there's only so much we can do. So your
Yeah.
first bit of homework is I want to see a couple of these pieces changed out by the end of the week. I would prefer if you would do it legally, but then again, this is Mistral, so if you're not going to do that, I don't want to know about it. Outside of that, do you think you can manage that?
Maybe. Yes.
He crosses his arms and looks at you sternly. Maybes get people killed. Is it yes or no?
Yes.
Good. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're capable of in a week. Pats you on the shoulder firmly before he moves down the way.
She looks so dejected right now.
Oh, baby girl.
He'll finish up stopping next to you, Saren, you and two others who don't, you and one other who don't primarily use guns. Ordle does have this class in Monday morning, so yeah, it's you and Orion, the two sword users, two of the sword users just sitting here. He's going to walk you through the basics of holding firearms properly, kind of your general safety tips and usage before letting you test out a few different loner weapons from kind of the arsenal.
Hmm.
You may have gotten by up until now without using a firearm, but it is best to have some kind of ranged option on hand. You won't always be fast enough to close the distance, and there will be a lot of times where that distance is completely impassable, whether it be through the fact that you're fighting something that's aerial or having to shoot through walls, having to breach into buildings, the kinds of locales that just melee weapons don't always do the best in. I have every confidence in the two of you and the way you carry yourselves that you can handle a blade well enough, but we'd like to get you instructed with some kind of ranged implement. So the two of you, your homework for the week is to try and pick out a firearm that you can use in some capacity, get accustomed to it, and I'd like to see you at least hitting. You don't have to hit bullseye, obviously, but I'd like to see a nice tight cluster somewhere in the center of the target by the end of the week.
Is this not also an archery class, Professor?
Oh, absolutely is, and if that's your choice, then by all means, feel free.
I was trained with the bow a bit, as per my family custom, so perhaps I will look into something along that.
The firearms was mainly out of habit, but by all means, there are just as many skilled archers in the repertoire of Mistral's capable hunters as there are capable snipers. you won't pack quite as much of a punch as some of the other fire, or at least ranged options on hand, but you can bring a lot more utility to the table, utilizing different types of arrows, and there's a good possibility you can salvage a lot of your ammunition, which saves on cost and upkeep in extended engagements. In your
Very well.
case, I want to see at least 3 arrows within, we'll say, the second ring by the end of the week. Do you think you can manage that?
Yes.
All right, then next week, Monday, I want to see those arrows hitting your mark. Apologies, I was asking Fen to do me a quick favor.
I'm curious what Ryan's gonna do.
Mhm. He at least stops long enough to see how the two of you handle weapons, correcting different inconsistencies. Thankfully, you're classically trained, so your form's pretty solid. The only things he has to comment on are just some tips to help you kind of get more smooth in your motions and more comfortable with it to help you develop your proficiency. Outside of that, he's going to spend a lot of time with Orion because Orion's first attempt at holding a pistol sees it, the recoil launching it out of his hand. So,
Poor guy.
yep. He means well.
Just a baby. He's our baby. We'll adopt him. He's ours now.
He's doing his best. Firearms are not his thing. He tries a bow, struggles to pull the string back enough, lets it fly. It clips the bottom of the target before kind of impacting into the ground and scattering a few feet. Gonna have a hard time in this class. Not really his forte, but then again, figured that he needed to cover his weaknesses. You wouldn't think that he's a team leader, but he is. Anyways.
What's RWBY up to? Now that Bayo's back.
Yep, that's what I was about to double back on. Rue, you handle your pistols with some level of proficiency, so to speak. Whenever the instructor stops in front of you, he watches you for a few shots. Well, you could do with some tightening up on that spread, but other than that, not bad.
Yes, sir.
Though I do have to ask why the smaller caliber.
Just to engage from shorter distances.
Get in close, fair enough. In which case you should consider packing some dust magazines. Might do you well, and if you can get close enough to warrant weapons of that caliber, then it might be of benefit to be able to unload up close and possibly lock enemies up in ice or stun them with electricity. Though if you can get that close to begin with, maybe something with a bit more close range impact might be your speed as well too. You could consider packing maybe a shotgun with a slug if you think you might need to engage in middle distance.
This is stealth shotgun. Sorry, that just killed me.
Slap a suppressor on it.
The paint can, Agent
God.
47 it.
Yeah, the paint can would be a thing.
I'll stop by the dust shop later this week. Thank you, Professor.
It's my job to make sure you guys are as equipped as you can be. Thankfully, a lot of the newbies this year seem to be capable, so most of my work is going to be spent in refining your guys' skills and less of teaching you the basics. It's rare that somebody slips my attention, or at the very least isn't caught by my aura sense that easily. I don't think it's something you're actively doing, which means it's a byproduct of your semblance. I'd definitely love to sit down and develop that with you, but that is for a different class and a different time. He gives you a firm pat on the shoulder. Keep it up. Make sure your stance is as square as can be. The more consistent you can be with your shots, and the more you can kind of hammer the form down, the more reliable your overall patterning becomes, and the better improvements you'll see in the long term. It's a stiff way of doing things for sure, and it's primarily for academic pursuits, but it does help. Tiffany, he just lingers around long enough with you to give you the nod of approval as your patterning is very tight. I have built Little Lab now, so I've now seen what you have, like, what, a plus 12 to hit right now?
If everything's all turned on, she plus 8 to hit. With semblance, it becomes a plus 9. If she's already hit something, it becomes a plus 10. If she's using dust, it becomes a plus 11.
Okay, so fully kitted out, you are a more accurate, or at least a more consistent shot than Lab, but she's about at your level from the get-go, so the two of you are hitting your shots consistently.
Yeah, Tiffany's only a...
Your patterning's very tight.
Tiffany only is a plus 4 to Dex. I think Brew's a plus 5.
Yeah.
But that archery skill does a lot of carrying.
Mm.
Yeah, I feel like with the way that her semblance works mechanically, she would get more and more accurate, because it's like every time she hits something, it's technically gains a plus 1. It's just the wording is like every time you hit something, it increases. So yeah, like as she fires, she would get more and more accurate. Which, considering who she is, does make sense. The precision cutting of diamonds is millimetric. And so is she.
Yep. He gives an approving nod, watching you unload before just empty the entire cylinder before stopping to reload. As far as your actual firing goes, not much to say about it. Very, very tight, very good form. Bit stiff, but it's not bad given that you're familiar with it and consistent. Just don't forget to keep those shoulders relaxed. You do tighten up a little bit whenever you squeeze the trigger.
Yes,
It's more of a nitpick than anything else.
Thank you, sir.
He gives a nod. You could work on that reloading speed. That's probably something you can work on, but that just takes time and repetition.
I'm already learning from Queena. She showed me some techniques and forms that I'm actively pursuing. But that will take
He
time.
tilts his head, leans. You're good. He tilts his head, leans back against the counter, kind of stares at you for a second, brings his arms up back in front of his chest again as he taps his finger lightly. So Queena finds you interesting.
Precision.
I can see it. He nods. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Hard to say between me and her who's the better shot. Some days, well, most of the time it's me, but whenever she puts her mind to it and really focuses, even I can't keep up with that.
Yep.
Laughs to himself. I apologize in advance if she's a bit brusque.
She held me at gunpoint as soon as I met her, and asked me some very poignant questions about my philosophy and views on the world.
Yeah, that's Queena.
Tiffany does kind of even she knows that he can see, air quotation marks. So she will like replicate a slowed down version of Queena's reload style. That quickened load that Tiffany's looking to learn. Still very much in the early stages of learning it. But yeah. She's aware that like reload speed is something that can be improved.
He watches, gives kind of a nod, helps you adjust your hand a little bit. You can take another success towards that as he takes the time to kind of show you the forms of it. It's a park he knows as well too, so he can help.
Nice. 420.
Walks you through the basics. Before he shows off his own ability, just unloading from the hip, his patterning is almost tight enough to be the same bullet hole. He basically blots out the entirety of the bullseye on impact. And then as he snaps his hand up, trapped in between each of his fingers on his non-firing hand are additional bullets. As he cocks the hammer back, the hand darts forward, slams a bullet in as the cylinder is rotating over, the kind of motion that just takes an absurd amount of time and practice to develop, and unloads, managing to, just through his own manual dexterity, pseudo-extend the magazine on his revolver. Yes, magazine is revolver. Extend the number of bullets he would have by speed loading new rounds in as the cylinder's ticking over. Gets another 3 shots off that he normally wouldn't have.
Tiffany watches with close intent. Gun make brain happy.
He smiles before he holsters the weapon. Sheaths the weapon. It's not a sword. Holsters the weapon. She may be a better shot than me in the long run, but I've got her beat in firing speed every day of the week.
Tiffany just nods.
The real skill comes in finding a good balance between the two. He motions over towards the target, and you can see the last 3 shots that he fired were a couple inches off the mark out into the second ring. Unfortunately, accuracy at that speed starts to take some penalties, but sometimes you just need the extra rounds.
Nod. I will ask you more about that another time, but I think you should assist some of the other students. Thank you, sir. Tiffany gets back to it.
Yep. He'll kind of walk through each of you guys bit by bit, doubling back to every one of you multiple times throughout the class period to check in on you, giving different advice. He is very alert. There isn't almost anything that escapes his attention, even if he's in the middle of interacting with somebody else. Whenever he doubles back to address the situation, he's calm, and keeping a tab on everything as it's running. Every single jam that happens, he comes over to check in on how it happened, give some different advice if it's just handling operations, if it's a mechanical failure, walking whoever deals with it through the process of clearing the firearm properly, of reloading, and kind of how to avoid repeating that mistake. In the case of Carmine, about the only thing you could say is once we get you some updated parts, any jam should be a lot less. Jamming should be a lot less consistent of a thing. Though your semblance doesn't help.
I felt that last sob in my soul.
Oh my gosh. No, she's just like nodding along, but like deep down, she just feels herself like getting so dejected internally.
Seeing that, he stops, kind of leans down, watches you up close for a moment. It is a bit uncomfortable having his eyes on you,
Yeah,
so to speak.
okay.
As you go to fire, he drops his voice to a soft, just above a whisper, to where only you can hear. Just focus on the target. There's nothing else around you. The world doesn't exist. There's no space in between you. It is just you and the target. Just don't think about focusing. Just do it. Just relax your shoulders back and squeeze, don't pull.
She nods and she'll take his advice, taking a deep breath as she does so.
Some of that nervousness that's natural still lingers, but it kind of falls to the background a little bit, allowing you to squeeze off a few rounds before there's another jam. It is just a matter of time unloading weapons this consistently before something misfires. But this time it wasn't your someone's acting up, it was just a mechanical failure, which is a simple thing to address. He gives you an approving smile, a thumbs up.
Thumbs
If you
up
let
back.
everything get in the way, then, well, it'll just consistently be in the way. But if you push it all to the side, then at the very least, you can make sure you hit your shot when it counts. And as long as you can do that, well, makes you a damn good shot in my book.
Yeah, that makes her happy to hear, but she's definitely keeping it to herself because she's like, I've already dragged enough attention to myself this entire class.
Mm-hmm. Right about at the tail end of class, as everyone's trying out different firearms, Orion is not escorted out, but kind of pulled off to the side as his attempts to utilize something with a bit heavier of a kick in closer range. The shortened barrel of what equates to a sawed-off, but the shortened barrel of a shotgun is enough to... the kick is enough to send him several feet backwards, kind of stumbling over his own feet before he falls and lands. The professor kind of catches the firearm and pulls it out of his hand before he can fall all the way. Not roughly, just kind of snatching it briefly. Well, not everyone's cut out for guns consistently. We might see about a bow or perhaps working on some throwing knives. We'll get you something, don't worry about it. Orion looks down sheepishly, the ears folded tightly back against his head. Seems almost for a moment like he wants to hug his knees, but doesn't. Just kind of quietly and with quite a bit of embarrassment, apologizes, gets up, stands off to the side. As worried as you are about your own performance in this class, Carmine, you are not the low scorer in this class.
That's the good thing.
I am
Yeah.
not last. That's all that matters. Somebody
I just
is
realized that
suffering
you're like
worse
one of the
than
only
me.
other. You're like one of the only other people that's gotten to be like against. Oh, not against Ryan, but like. Oh no, yeah, you did. It was a single strike, but you did technically spar against him. To see the disparity between like his pure blade technique and like his complete inability to use any kind of ranged implement. As skilled as he is with a sword, he's not like the end all be all of combat. Even though he did place top in the class right now, but I digress.
Wasn't it Saren who sparred with Orion?
He did something with you.
You.
You watched him.
Yeah.
You
Well.
watched him do swordplay.
Yeah,
and
you
training?
watched him.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, so the top in combat in your class isn't the greatest at everything, and has a lot to work on in his own right.
Bro, it would have been fucked if you had to shoot a gun during testing.
Jeez.
Before you guys know it, the class ends, and you've got a bit of time to store your weapons back in the lockers before making your way back into the school itself, into the West Wing, to head into survival class. It is a class that you guys are only in the actual classroom itself just long enough to see everybody else that's around before the teacher's leading you outside. She's a taller woman, bare midriff, dressed in shorts and short sleeves despite the weather, completely unfazed by the cold, by the snow. Standing around her, she seems to physically radiate warmth. To the point where like several of the students don't immediately huddle up against her, but around her, just kind of gravitating and staying in kind of this warm, almost aura that she emits. She's on the taller side. Her blonde hair is currently pulled back in a ponytail. Her emerald green eyes sparkle as she smiles at each of you. She rests one hand on her hip, introduces herself as Professor Solara. Takes the opportunity to go around to each of you individually. It is a warm handshake. It is an intentional on her behalf, but a brush against her aura. We'll go around and see just how everybody responds briefly, but for the four of you, just so you can kind of process the woman standing across from you and taking her time to not only look you in the eyes, but kind of brush up against your soul and get a feeling for who you are as a person. She is like the radiant warmth of the sun on a summer's day at noon. It is bright, cheery warmth that just kind of banishes all other negativity, all other concerns. Any aches and pains just seem to slowly fade away. She just seems to physically radiate positivity to a degree. Tiffany, what's it like interacting with Professor Solara, Professor Stella for you?
Tiffany will. The Elysian radiates off her like the warmth radiates off the teacher. It's very proper, a nice formal handshake. Tiffany's unsure. She's met a lot of people that come across as genuine but often have ulterior motives. This is clearly somebody that doesn't, but there's still that initial hesitation. How Tiffany's soul feels in return is that almost cold, that critical eye creeping in once again. Not the opposite, but very much in the leading in the opposite direction of the warmth.
Professor Solara holds onto your hand a bit longer than some of the others, wraps her second one over, and just keeps her smile there as she stares you in the eyes. She can feel exactly like you said, that kind of critical eye coming in, and she doesn't balk under it. As a matter of fact, she seems to open up more. The warmth just seems to radiate brighter, as if encouraging you to look as deep as you want, or as sharply as you want. She palms into your hand a single small candy wrapped in kind of a red wrapper before she steps down the line to check in on the rest of your team. Saren, what is the professor like for you?
Well, Saren, as soon as she meets her handshake with her own, and I think the first thing she feels is a similar desire to protect people of Mistral, people in general. You know, a motivation, from her motivation to, you know, expectation live up to her family, to, you know, do great things, and you know, be a shining example of a huntress. And from Stella, she feels that kind of similar, maybe not as like hardened, or not hardened, but like hard pressed, or hard, like, motivation to be that, but to empathize that, like, you know, emphasize the great, you know, kind of huntress, you know, aura,
Mm-hmm.
and her little sprite thing is yeah, actually seems to have a decent expression on it for once.
She smiles, gives a little bit of a giggle for just a second at seeing the little sprite kind of perking up a little bit. Her hand lingers against yours just long enough to palm a candy into your hand as well. You recognize a little piece of black licorice just wrapped up.
Thank you.
We'll give Cappy a second to figure out the PC
Can
problems.
you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes we can.
Okay, so I can't move, like, I can't, like, open any windows right now. It's just kind of frozen, so we'll just deal with this for now. It's fine.
You're good. You're good. So what does Stella Solara feel like to? What's Stella Solara feel like to Carmine? What is embracing the warmth of the sun, not the searing heat, but the warmth of the sun, like for Carmine?
You know, it's both. I'd say it's both comforting, but then also kind of unsettling for her, because it does remind her of, like, back in Vacuo. Whether it be fond memories or not so fond memories is up in the air. But sort of neutral on how she feels about it. Mostly positive. She feels a bit like, what's the word I'm looking for? It feels welcoming. So.
Good. She squeezes your hand ever so gently, kind of rubs her thumb along the top of your palm, tilts your hand up to look at your fingertips, and traces her index along some of the folds and creases in your palm. You know, from coming from somewhere as sandy as you do, I must say your skin is amazing.
Thanks.
It just means despite everything, you take good care of yourself.
Thank you.
She rests a hand on your shoulder. We'll work on getting that weight of expectation and crushing anxiety off of your chest one step at a time. But
Pulling her out. Damn.
when interacting with one's aura, you get a lot of insight into the state of mind, the soul, and how they're feeling. If nothing else helps, just remember that of all the applicants, we, as a group of teachers, decided that you, she kind of pokes you in the collarbone lightly, were one of the ones that we decided was worthwhile to invest into. You may not think that you're capable yet, but we see potential. She leaves you with a piece of candy in your palm. Looks like a
Thank
little peppermint.
you. She's kind of stiff now after like low key being like just having that put on blast, but it's fine.
Unfortunately, you're starting to work into a profession where lives are in your hands, so anxiety is one of those emotions that has to be addressed quickly.
Yeah.
Rue, what does embracing the sun feel like to you?
It's just sort of peaceful, similar to meditating earlier.
She gives you a warm smile. Oh, you're very calm. Good. We like good, rational heads in groups, keeping everything level. Your team in particular seems quite rational across the board, which is good. She offers you a piece of candy directly.
Oh, let's take the candy.
She goes around to each student, doing the same, engaging with some of them a little bit. The ones that kind of stand out to her or seem to need the warm words, leaving them each with different pieces of candy or little snacks before she resumes her position at the front of the class. You guys are out on the grounds itself near the garden. She sits down, kind of cross-legged, pats the ground to have you all join her in the same, running her hand along some of the flowers in some of the hedges. There's going to be a lot of times when you're all out in the fields that you're going to have to fend for yourselves. You're going to come across a lot of situations that no amount of preparation could have readied you for. And it's my job during this class to make sure that you're, at least knowledge-wise, as equipped as you can be. That's why I brought you all out here today, because while I would like for things to be simple and straightforward, they never are. She motions to the flower bush in front of her to two flowers. They seem, on initial glance, identical to each other, but upon close inspection, the right one has 5 petals, the left one has 6. On the left one, the throat on the inside darkens into a deeper purple. Both of them are kind of pink, borderline purple on the edges. Structurally not unlike an amaryllis. These both are flowers that compete against each other in more or less the same environments here in Mistral. We call them snowdrops. Well, one of them, because they bloom primarily in the colder seasons. The other one is a fake, an imposter. A parasitic plant that leeches off of its lookalike, or at least the plant that it is mimicking, and produces several different types of toxins that are rather dangerous if ingested, causing everything from mild discomfort and gastrointestinal distress to, should you consume the wrong parts of the plant and you aren't ready for it or you're lacking aura at the time, vomiting up blood. Not that I expect any of you to have an answer presently, but just looking at these two flowers, would you be able to tell which one was the right one? The one that would be safe to pick and give to your friends, loved ones, and which one that if you did pick it would likely result in them being hospitalized within the evening?
Darwin would nod.
Yeah, but Tiffany's time kind of traveling around the continent up north, which name I've completely forgotten. Would you have been exposed to this flower before?
Yes. It is common in Argus's area. Snowdrops and their mimics are otherwise known as snowbells, are very common in Argus. Argus is snowy most year round, so they do bloom there pretty consistently, and you've been in that area a lot. So yeah, the two of you would know, mainly because snowbells, the easiest way to tell is they have 5 petals, versus snowdrops having 6. That's like one of the primary ways of telling. Outside of that, you'd need like actual taxonomical understanding of the flower, but
I can
that's the
look at
easiest
it
way.
and count. Tiffany pointed
Well,
out.
the Fujiwaras also take
Oh yeah,
care for the
yeah.
plants quite a bit.
Most of your family's entire motif is flower related, and snowdrops are very popular flowers, especially in the winter. So yeah, you know them off rip just by looking at them. She gives a smile to the two of you, being out of everybody present in the class, you two would be the only ones to know it. Just looking at it. Well, Miss Saren, I'm unsurprised given your family's proclivities and hobbies that you would be able to identify it at a look. Though, Miss Tiffany, I am a bit surprised that you would be able to tell these flowers apart.
I spent a lot of time traveling in my youth. From the continents up north, including moving in and around the areas, you see a lot of nature. I was told not to touch these things because of the dangers that you mentioned.
She gives a nod. Aura isn't infallible, and that's part of one of the things you will all learn while you're here. If you were to be exposed to these flowers in the wrong way, even with aura, you'd still experience some level of discomfort. You would be spared a lot of the more long-term effects or
I think your Discord's having a stroke.
severe ones, but what I'm getting at is...
Okay, I think you're back now. Oh, he's dead.
Oh,
Oh, he's back. You all good there, homie?
oh.
God bless modern technology.
Technical difficulties.
Yep. We will be right back while we try and work this out.
Okay, that's better.
Okay, you're good?
Yeah. My audio isn't dying.
Yeah,
So-
you're back now, so we're back on the main thing.
Yeah. What was the last thing you guys caught before I started dying?
The aura will spare us some stuff, but then you kind of started cutting out around there.
Oh, okay. Learning the ins and outs of first aid, of being able to live off of the land, is pertinent not only because of the profession that you're in, but even if you choose not to linger in the profession itself long term or you're forced to retire out, there's still a lot of lives that you can help. There are still a lot of individuals that you can assist. Personal experience, these are the kinds of skills that fighting can save a life in the short term. Somebody under attack by a grim, bandits, threatening the livelihood of others, but knowing how to, say, ditch up a cut, or how to properly pack a bandage, or what mosses are great for preserving food through absorbing moisture, save villages trying to make their way back to Mistral while you're escorting them. They also keep your team functional and out in the world for longer terms. A lot of you are going to be out and about, especially as you get further on in your education and into your second year and your third year. Learning these skills will help with that. With that in mind, we're going to start with the simplest of lessons today. A straightforward one, but one that I believe needs to be hammered in properly. And that is how to take majority of any readily available natural water sources and purify them properly. You can survive, especially if you manage your aura properly, long enough to be able to walk from even the edge of Athelios back to Mistral without food. It won't be fun. It will be one of the most painful experiences you'll ever undergo, but you can do it. But even aura won't stop you from dehydrating in a matter of days. Water is the single most important thing for any of us as living creatures. Being able to have fresh, drinkable water, something that won't make you sick or possibly worse, it's a very valuable lesson. So while other teachers are going to try and spend the day getting to know you all, getting to acclimate, I'm going to be starting my instruction right away. And I'm also going to be leaving you all with homework. I want you all, the next time we have this class next week, to be able to apply the lessons that I teach you today and to be able to filter out a polluted water source into drinkable water. Mind you, you're going to be the ones drinking that polluted water, so if you fail, well, you're the ones who have to deal with it. But don't worry, I'm going to give you all the theoretical knowledge you need, and I'll even walk you through building a filter out of simple materials you can find around on the ground, or that you can make with minimal effort. And that is exactly what she does. The better part of an hour is spent teaching you guys how to make filters. Organic filters out of naturally occurring materials. Out of loose grass, out of charcoal, gravel, sand. How to line them up properly, how to utilize them efficiently. And how to produce filtered water. There's still the need to boil it itself, but creating a fire is something that is
Doable with dust, baby.
yeah, doable with dust, but if dust isn't available, there are other ways to pull it off, and it will be something that she'll work through. That is not something she expects you guys to get right away. Fire tending is a skill that is necessary to learn, but not one that is easy to teach, or at least easy to master. Even for skilled individuals trying to start a fire without readily available ignition sources can be a bit of a pain in the butt depending on the locale. Plus, you guys are outside in the snow, so fires are kind of at the moment. So for now, dust will do, which is fine. But she just going to walk you guys through the process of filtering water and getting it to a point where all you have to do at that point is boil it. It's up to you guys how much you pay attention, how much you try and retain, how actively you try and practice this. Again, this is just more homework for you guys. This is your guys' first team assignment, so she'll be expecting you guys to succeed this by next week. You only have this class once a week, so any additional skills you develop out of it are on you to do. She'll then take the time to pick out a handful of skills that she believes are useful, but she'll let you guys decide, either as a team or individually, which ones you want to look after first. Those skills are first and foremost, how to create a bandage out of spare cloth. Basically, how to properly cut it and how to properly wrap it. How to stitch a cut. There is a method to it. Or the third would be application of plant dust into producing edible food. Basically the equivalent of the good berry spell, but just through dust application. So I'll let you guys decide what of any of those you want to pursue. You've got time to learn the basics of it in class. It's a skill set that you can develop on your own, and do with what you see fit. All of them will be useful skills at some point. I guarantee it.
I'll go with learning how to stitch people up.
Alright.
That seems something that's very suited to her skill set of the finite precision, steady hands.
Yep.
So I feel like it's something that she
It will only
excel at.
Sure. It will only take you 10 successes to develop that skill. You can go on ahead and mark 2, as you have a teacher here who's more than happy to walk you through the basics and give you materials to work with to practice. So Cappy is muted, so we'll just go.
No, I'm here. I just had to mute because I was on a phone call and I forgot to unmute.
You're good. Do I need to run it back for you, or are you?
Just a little bit. I only heard about the thing with like specific learning something specific. What were the skill sets exactly?
Sure. How to create bandages, proper bandages out of cloth. Whether that be like tearing off part of your shirt or whatever. How to stitch a wound.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's off the list for her.
Or how to produce edible food utilizing plant dust, basically the good berry spell. But instead of burning burning plant dust.
Yeah, she'd probably go with the last one, the plant dust one.
That will also take you 10 successes. You can mark down 2 already, so I'll give you guys that one for free.
Very cool.
Saren.
I think we'll go with the first one.
Learning how to make bandages? Okay.
Yeah.
Same as the others, 10 successes, mark 2 of them down. And last but not least, the invisible man himself, Rue.
I'll also go stitching.
Alright, you can mark it down 2 as well. Again, all useful skills. They will help you guys at some point. There's a lot to teach and not a lot of time to do it, so you guys have to cram in what you can given the time that you have. And before you know it, while you're all still in the middle of kind of practicing and trying to develop your skill sets, the class comes to an end, the bell ringing. At this point, it's midday. You guys had a busy, packed morning and a somewhat busy schedule for the day today. But you have time for lunch. You have an hour before classes will resume again. It's enough time to head down to the town to grab something, to get something from the cafeteria here. The choice is yours.
I'm gonna grab some stuff from the cafeteria. This is this is the second of the supplied meals. Because we only get breakfast and lunch supplied by the school, so
Yep.
we're better off saving our
Yep.
money. She'll pick up some basic lunch. She'll pick up some fruit because she's going to perform surgery on fruit, particularly an orange.
Surgery on a grape, holy!
Yeah, like, oh, okay, I need to learn how to do stitching. Alright, I'm just going to go, like, re-stitch fruit.
And Saren's gonna
Alright.
make bandages by fruit by the foot.
Fruit roll-ups, dude.
Go ahead and give me an intelligence check if you'd be so kind, Tiffany.
Okay,
You can mark down another success towards your practice of learning how to stitch properly. You partially peel open an orange and set about restitching it back closed.
it's just slow. Very, very, very meticulous, but like with reloading, the speed will come with time.
Yep. It's developing the base skill set that matters.
Unfortunately, she's a
Practice makes
perfectionist.
consistency, consistency makes speed. Yep. Practice makes improvement. You squeeze in a little bit of eating in the interim. Just taking a few bites, and while you're chewing on those bites, working on the orange again. Carmine, your team leader, is doing surgery on an orange while she eats.
You know, I think Carmine would be too intrigued to really, like, do much else besides eat and watch. Like, she's just picking up some fruit and just eating while watching this because she's so intrigued by the process.
It is indeed quite the process. Watching Tiffany stitch and restitch and unstitch the orange repeatedly.
What a nice orange.
Has to roll it over on a different side after like the 10th or so time of repeating the process to be able to get new clean stitches set in.
Oh my gosh.
How about you, Sarah, and what are you doing with your lunch?
I believe she is having a good meal.
Taste.
Good hearty meal.
Mm-hmm.
Your team leader is committing surgery on an orange.
I don't care.
She's living her best life. Who are we to judge? Come on, man.
Oh god, this watch color's also Tiffany's.
Love it. Rue.
He'll also just get a normal meal, and I suppose he's gonna help Tiffany with the surgery.
But
Hey. I guess going ahead and give me another roll, Tiffany. Because technically you're having somebody help you, so you'd be doing it with advantage
The
here.
exact same thing.
Fair. You both can mark. Well, you've already marked yours. You can mark another success towards your development as well, too, Rue. It has become a two-person surgery now.
It's poor Orange.
Like, yeah, there are two of them.
There's two of
I
them.
feel like Saren's little sprite is also watching. She is
It's
not.
kind of like just poking up over Tiffany's shoulder and like watching with a little bit of concern and a little bit of curiosity of like, why are you doing this? What are you doing?
It's hot girl shit.
Me and my baddie
Gosh.
girlfriend are doing whatever she wants, and it's actually, instead of like a ritualistic sacrifice, it's surgery on an orange. Orange.
Boring.
You guys get to enjoy quite the strange lunch. You have enough time to, well, go get changed into your uniforms
Or math.
before making your way, into the east wing of the school this time, stepping into a room. Structurally, it's a classroom, but it is decorated in countless silks and shawls and just rich with incense. For you, Carmine, it's like stepping back into the Grand Bazaar again, almost like a little slice of it just cut out and plopped right here in the middle of Mistral. The room is just full of every bright color you can imagine, all really well-made silks, all just in the richest of colors. There is no coordination to any of it. It is just empty space, slap it down. Standing at the desk at the front, I actually have artwork for her because other people have made artwork.
Nice.
I just need to actually get it as a... Oh, this one is transparent. Fantastic. Let me grab this real quick. Be loading momentarily.
Oh, whoa.
Hi.
Large
Standing on
woman.
top of you
Large
guys.
woman.
Oh, Lord woman!
Oh,
Professor
Itches.
Peach. Yeah, we'll just put her right here. Nope, that's racist. We're gonna put her here.
Okay, we all need to move ever so slightly towards Rue.
I got you.
There we go.
And then Rue move.
Alright, get back here, you shit. And Peach, no! You can't escape. It's just I gotta make you all fit on the fucking screen. Ah! Someone
You're
rotated
stuck
my
to Carbine through
thoughts.
friction. Anyways.
Fine, you guys aren't in the class, we all get to look at Peach.
Yep.
Whammon.
Oh gosh. Wait a minute.
You guys get to meet Professor Peach, and for a couple of you, a known figure. The youngest professor at the academy currently, Professor Celestia Peach. For those of you in the know about the dust market or that care about business, she is responsible for developing the dust compression tech. Taking a standardized dust unit and being able to compress it down to half the size, which has basically doubled the efficacy of deployable dust units during combat and on the field. It's technology that all of you utilize, those of you who have dust units on hand. It has become standard, and she gave it to the world for free. She didn't ask for a single lien out of it. She could be rolling in money right now, but she's willingly not. In Tiffany's case and in Saren's case, she's also a 3-time world champion of the World Fencing League. She is a very skilled sword fighter to boot. Top tier duelist.
And yet here she is teaching math.
Yep.
Nerd.
Teaching math of all things. She gives all of you a warm smile, beckons you all in, takes the opportunity to offer you all some tea. Apologizes all she has is certain Mistrali brands and a few Valish types in stock. She wished she had a larger expanded collection, but the shipments haven't come in yet, so...
Faven will take tea.
Tiffany won't. She's a natural response to like being offered like tea and lollies is to not eat them immediately and see if other people drop dead first. Odd at least in habits.
What kind of tea is it? This is important.
Black tea.
She carries like 4 different types of Mistrali teas, which would be kind of the more bitter, leafy ones. Then she carries a few Valish ones, which would be like your Earl Grey or
Carmine's good.
yeah, your steeped ones. It's not the spiced juice mixtures that Vacuo is known for.
So the Arizona iced tea.
Arizona iced tea. She's so sad.
Give me the bitter.
Yep.
Give me
Yeah,
bitter
you
or
seem
give me
like a
death.
type.
Bitter, death, bitter, death.
Peach looks not in concern, but almost like a curiosity at watching you drink the tea without any sugar before kind of plaintively holding up a little cup of sugar cubes. Are you sure you don't want that sweetened up? That's gotta be so bitter.
I like it bitter.
Oh, okay. I didn't think that was possible. Oh, can't forget about our last member. Looks to you, Rue. T?
Rue is Bayo's currently muted, so
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, yes,
Would
thank
you
you.
like some tea? Alright. She lets you pick your poison, so to speak. Drink some tea. Enjoy it. She smiles as other students filter into the class. Carmine, your first time getting to see Sun. Since the two of you swindled several third years out of a bunch of money.
and he was found passed out in a bush.
Yeah, he was.
Sorry, I had someone come into my room. What? Can
You're
someone
good.
just give me a quick recap?
You see Sun.
Yep, Team Sun walking
Oh.
in, led by Sun.
Oh no! She's just slowly like looking the other way.
He grins ear to ear, seeing you, and leads his team over to sit directly behind you guys.
Great, wonderful.
Two familiar faces, both Sage and Sun. Sayre and Neptune immediately perks up, sits behind you, gives you winks, gives you a wink and some finger guns.
I do not know this
No.
man.
Fair.
Wait, do they all see this like going on?
Yeah.
Or okay?
Oh
it's
yeah,
just gonna-
her sprite just like rolls its eye and looks away from him, like actively just pretends he's not there.
She's just gonna whisper to Sarah, do you know him?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I have met him, yes, but
I don't know him. I choose
I
not to
don't know him.
associate.
I see. No, I get it. Don't worry.
your perception
Carmine.
skills are very well.
Carmine, you are startled briefly as, in the time that it took you to lean over and talk to Sarah, Neptune leaned forward to rest his head on his hands, like inches away from kind of the two of you. What you talking about?
Would you like some
Okay.
tea?
Oh, I don't like tea.
You hand him his cup.
Well, I mean, I can't turn it down if it's you. Takes a sip of it, visibly winces. Yep, very good.
Sarah nods and then sips her own cup without any sign of discomfort.
Mhm.
Takes another sip, winces again. Yep, very good. So, did want to apologize that I ended up losing track of you the other day.
No worries.
Well, I mean, we were walking around town together, hanging out, doing things, and then I just kind of vanished on you, I guess. Must have gotten lost in the crowd.
He shrugs.
But if you're fine with it, I could make it up to you tonight.
I believe I have some team activities to see to.
Oh, right, yeah. Team activities. Yep, definitely got those. Plenty of those going on.
Oh,
You're
really?
right.
That's
Yeah,
right.
we could just reschedule for a different time. Really, like what?
Yeah. Yeah. She's curious. She's actually asking this. What do they have planned? She's unaware.
Sun kind of perks up now, smiling. Yeah, Neptune, what do we have planned tonight? Oh, well, I mean, stuff. Oh, yeah, I like it when we do stuff. Stuff is fun.
Hi, I'm Stuff. Scarlet says.
Oh my god.
God.
Okay, Scarlet doesn't say that, he just thinks it loudly.
Yep. I have the urge to do something stupid. I'm stupid, do me. Oh, God. Anyways. Neptune clears his throat. Well, I mean, we're going to stock up the dorm, and got to figure out something to do with the beds. Sun kind of leans back. Oh, yeah, we do have to do that, don't we? And they are kind of just sitting disassembled on the floor at the moment.
Well, then maybe this math class could help you.
There's a non-zero
Neptune
chance
kind of looks over. Go ahead.
that the people that Tiffany paid to move the beds have also just taken Sun's beds because they thought, they're disassembled as well. They might not even have beds. They're gonna get back and they're not gonna have beds. They're gonna have nothing. Because their dorms are right across from each other.
Yes, they are.
They forgot to close the door in the morning.
They would. They were late.
Neptune looks over to Sun. I mean, they were. This is their first class of the day, and they were still almost late.
Sun really picked to have no classes on Monday.
Monday mornings and Saturday evenings they have no classes, so they went out of their way to front load everything else, so that way they can have as much
drunk
weekend.
And recover from being drunk.
Yes.
Yep. So they can start their weekend game early, and then they can sleep in and sleep off the hangover.
Damn, I wish our team leader thought of that. Oh wait. My bad.
Let's just keep some off our back.
Mm-hmm.
Tuesdays are pretty chill. Yeah, Peach.
There we go. Any useless. The Sun looks over to, or Neptune looks over to Sun, almost offended. You signed us up for math class? Sun kind of just holds his hands up, apologetically. It was a required class. I'm sorry, man.
It's not that bad.
Here, do extreme
Not that
calculus. Do what Touche's doing.
I have before. It hurts my head. I couldn't imagine doing that. I couldn't imagine doing that on a daily if it wasn't something I was just like nerding out about. Like, kudos to Touche for having that kind of retention ability. Yeah, for real.
I think one of them's gonna flirt with you. Don't worry, you're fine.
Yeah, I mean, Scarlet is Scarlet. Peach takes her opportunity to clear her throat, calling everyone's attention before taking the time to introduce herself. She doesn't mention any of her accolades, just gives a brief introduction. Celestia Peach, originally born in Vacuo, moved to Vale before coming to Mistral to teach. Born in Vacuo, moved to Vale and grew up in Vale, attended Signal, and then transferred to Atlas for a year. Attended Atlas for her first year before coming to Mistral to finish out her last 2 years and graduating from Mistral. Stayed in the field and is still active in the field as a huntress. For a couple of years before we're working with a few friends and her mentor in Vacuo to develop several modifications to existing dust tech, along with her own, custom technology that is now commonplace in the world. And now she's here teaching you guys.
Yay! That'll be special.
She apologizes. She hopes that she can make math interesting and that it's not the most entertaining of subjects for most, but she'll do her best to keep it a nice, relaxed atmosphere where everybody can enjoy themselves. They can have as much tea as they want. She has scones and cookies available as well too, even a couple of tarts. All of it is very sweet, very, very front-loaded. If it was possible to have an 11 on the sweet scale, she'd be there.
I see. She's opposite.
Yes, adores sweet.
You're the only one on the team that
dislikes.
likes bitter. Everybody else likes sweets. They're like really like. I think everybody else is at a 9 or a 10 on sweets.
So I want you to understand that she's 100% a 10 on the sweet profile. Her next highest is savory at 5. So this woman likes her sugars. Anyways. She'll hand you guys kind of a syllabus for the class. Actually, send that to you on your scrolls. Letting you guys see kind of what the plan is for the year and what she's going to cover. Today is just an introduction day. She wants to get to know you guys and for you to get to know her. She doesn't have any plans on front-loading you yet, though she does let you guys know that this is the only class that this is going to happen. For the rest of the year, every class will be lesson-oriented and will come with homework. So, you guys get to enjoy today. You can ask any questions you want. You can do some studying. It's basically a study hall. So, you guys get this freebie. Enjoy it.
More fruit surgery.
I'm gonna start cutting off pieces of Neptune's fabric to make bandages.
Just start cutting him.
Give me your jacket.
It's the school uniform, too. Kind of leans in. Well, I mean, if you wanted to get your hands all over me, all you had to do was ask. And then just contentedly lets you just cut into his uniform.
We have fabrics and silks in this classroom. You're just doing it to be a dick.
Yes.
Yes.
Here's the funny thing.
True.
Carmine's in a group chat with Team Sun. But she's just pretending like she doesn't know Neptune out of all of them.
That's
Yep.
right.
Oh no. It's a completely separate group chat that doesn't have Neptune in it, and it is just Sage, Scarlet, Sun, and her.
The real Team Sun.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh.
If anything ever happens to Neptune,
It's just Team Sun, SCNN.
Oh my gosh.
I
Don't
love it.
threaten me with a good time.
Anyways.
I will want to see that at some point. That sounds hilarious.
Oh god.
But Tiffany will ask
yes.
some questions about like the outlines, the coursework outlines, and a few of those sorts of things as well. But we'll just kind of continue to put focus on learning the stitching of fruit. She now has a banana. Like, I'm not sure where the banana came from.
Banana.
Banana.
The same place we got the nachos from, apparently.
The banana does explode after a while.
No! The banana!
It's okay, we've got a second better banana.
She
If
doesn't
that one
offer it to
explodes
Sun.
well.
She does not offer it to Sun. I need to underline.
Oh god, sorry. He would take offense both to not being offered and that you would assume that he would want it in the first place. So that's what you're up to. Saren, it's study hall. What do you want to? Got anything you want to do?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I would like to practice, I suppose.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're tearing up Neptune's uniform. Got it.
Well, I guess I
Carmine?
don't have to, but oh well. Yeah. I'll go with it.
At least once. At least once. Like just
Mhm.
just the edge of the sleeve. How about you, Carmine?
Were they like? Is there? And were they provided with like any plant dust for practicing? Any of the stuff that they were talking about, or no?
No.
No. Cool. So she's gonna have to spend money. That's awesome. Okay. She's probably just
And you could ask. This is
You know-
somebody that is like a dust expert.
That is true, but then again, there is still orange surgery going on the side.
It's
Bananas
banana
now.
surgery now.
Oh, bananas now? Yeah, she's watching that. She's very intrigued by this process.
I bet Sun is also watching banana surgery.
Yeah, he's not sure what to think about it.
If you wanted
Yeah.
to peel open a banana, I could just show you how to do that.
He's gonna look at him. When you take your survival class, you will hopefully know why we're doing this. Maybe even use this as a chance to get a head start.
We need to know how to make bandages out of anything.
Remember how to close wounds. Do you want me to roll an
But
intelligence
you're ruining
check again?
Yeah. You're ruining a perfect. Well, I'm gonna see if Rue's joining you because if he is, he'll be doing it at advantage. But you're ruining a perfectly good banana.
If I'm good at it, I'm only piecing the skin, not the actual fruit itself. The banana will still be fine.
Kind of scowls at you a little bit before seeming to nod in acquiescence.
Damn, she used logic.
Fine. Just don't throw that away. Like, eat it or do something with it outside of whatever that is.
Banana proceeds to explode.
Blows up pancakes with my mind. Anyways, Rue,
The banana
what
explodes.
are you doing during study hall?
It lasted one round. Banana explodes.
True.
Unfortunate.
Rue's gonna open up his book and start doing next week's problems.
Oh my god, that is glorious.
So a 15 is 2 successes.
Correct.
What do you want me to roll for the wound stuff? Or the bandage maybe?
Your choice of either wisdom or intelligence.
I'll give you wisdom. No, hold on. Oh, hold on. Why you're not working sheet? Oh, there we go.
That is a single success.
Fair enough.
Alrighty then. You already have homework done for next week, Rue, so you won't have to worry about that.
God, we're nerds.
Yup.
They're
Glacier-
nerds. Meanwhile, Carmine's intrigued with watching the banana surgery. Like,
Peach does kind of intermittently watch as well, kind of sipping at some tea and munching on some scones as she watches you commit surgery upon a banana. Whenever you complete it, she kind of claps a little bit in celebration, giving you a smile.
Tiffany does eat the banana. And then she practices stitching it back up. So it looks like a full banana.
oh my god.
Sun just kind of watches you like mouth agape, almost like in horror, whenever you start stitching the banana peel back up.
Oh my gosh.
A taxidermied banana.
DM.
That's me.
You mentioned how Peach was like specialized with dust, correct? Was that
Yes,
it?
she is.
Oh, which
Yep.
would Carmine have been able to just like ask her for like advice and notes on like how to go about that thing with the plant dust?
Absolutely.
Okay,
I mean,
That'll-
there's
probably be how she's spending her time for that.
there's a lot of different ways to apply plant dust in particular, especially when developing that skill set. Are you looking on how to get more plant dust, or are you looking on just better ways to apply it?
Just, it's like we have this assignment for the survival class, and we have to. What was it exactly again? It was like produce like edible food through the usage of plant dust, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, that she mentioned that.
Oh, that's actually a very common one. She reaches into her pocket, pulls out a little dust vial, sets it down, pushes her finger up against it, and vines start to spiral and grow out of it, roiling up and kind of tangling around each other before small little fruits starts to bloom on it. They grow as she applies a little bit more aura, producing palm-sized fruits, oranges, relatively quickly.
Oh, that's more to practice
She
on.
tosses. What were you saying?
So that's more to practice on.
She nods.
More fruit for surgery.
Yeah.
She plucks one of them, tosses it to Tiffany. There you go.
More fruit for surgery.
What you do realize, in particular, is she salvages the dust unit out of the pile, seemingly having only utilized part of it, or perhaps utilized it in such a way that it wasn't spent upon completion of this process.
How exactly did you do that? I mean, watching is great, but it's kind of hard for me to understand just from sight alone.
Oh, you mean just created the plants like that? Oh, it's pretty easy. It's just a liminal application of aura.
Right.
Let me. Sorry, I realized I just kind of explained that and didn't actually explain it properly. Here, hold out your hand.
She holds it out.
She presses her fingertips against yours. And for a second, her aura doesn't feel like much of anything before it seems to adjust. And, what does Carmine's aura feel like?
The only way I can describe it is like, you know when there's like a searing hot pan and you put your hand on it for a brief moment and then it feels cold to the touch at first, then it's just blazing hot the next second?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it is.
Like touching an induction pan.
Yep.
Well, congratulations, you're now feeling your own aura back on itself. Because yeah, her semblance stores energy and then reapplies it later, so she can basically just take parts of that and reapply it. As she pushes her aura into your fingertips, you feel just this kind of small, consistent flow. It's not a large pulse like you would expect somebody would giving you aura, but it's just a small trickle. Something like that ought to be what you're looking for. As long as you can do that, you can make the dust grow and develop on its own and kind of control it. It takes a little bit of practice getting a feeling for limiting yourself to that degree and applying it consistently. That is the important part, is consistency. You need a constant outflow. If you dwindle too low or input too much, then you'll either cause the dust to explode, or it will just stop and all the plants that bloomed will just start withering and dying. It's a middle ground.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Thank you.
It's best to err on the low end instead of the high end. The last thing you want to do is set off plant dust in your dorm room. Spores everywhere.
Good to know.
We're gonna blow up Sun's room with fucking spores.
She's keeping a mental note of that to do something similar to like Team Sun's dorm room at some point. Banana tree bomb, yes. But she gives a nod and she's like, well, thank you for that, because I'm not too certain how I'm gonna be able to do that, but we'll see. Thank you.
You just apply yourself and practice it a little bit, you'll get it.
Just apply yourself, Carmine, you can do it.
Yeah! We can do it!
Yeah.
Tiffany,
you're experienced and your passive wisdom, your passive perception is decently high.
Decently high. It's 23, dude.
Yeah. For a level 2, yeah, that's really good. You notice the same thing that Carmine did in how she applied it, but the other thing you notice is, like I'd said, the dust unit wasn't expended. That is a bit of an unusual thing. Normally, dust upon any application like that would burn itself out or kind of expend all of its own energy. Given that she's a dust specialist and one of the school's dust teachers, it makes sense that she would know how to apply it in such a way that it might not be expended all in one use. But that would mean that not only, if she's able to do that consistently, not only are all of her dust units compressed and she can carry more than most, but she can possibly double up their usage.
She can recycle dust.
Yep.
Based. Tiffany will, like, when that happens, she does kind of, like, stop what she's doing and raise her head a bit and kind of go like, huh. Impressive. And then go back to, like, stitching a banana back together. How terrible of a time is Son having watching this?
He's just, you know the Saren Tandro like face. Yeah, he's having that right now.
Oh, the from the Carmine stuck to the bed sheets.
Yes.
Yeah, he's got that same face on her now. Just the the wincing, like ugh.
The abject horror of seeing a banana be stitched back together. It is not a real banana.
Mm-hmm. In the back of his mind, why wouldn't you just throw the banana peel away? Why would you do this?
It's recycling, Son.
Why would you recycle a banana peel? Just put it in the compost bin or something.
I will when I'm
Isn't
done.
that the same as recycling? In a way.
He's not very smart, is he?
Oh.
He looks almost offended, but the other three members of his team just kind of shake their head, mouthing the word no whenever you ask that question.
Right, okay, my bad. Sorry.
I happen to have gotten a 41 on the entrance exam, thank you very much.
You
Great.
only answered 5 questions, Son. You said it out loud. We all heard it.
He kind of goes silent for a second, goes wide-eyed in kind of realization before he crosses his arms.
However,
I don't know what you're talking about.
with that score means you performed very well on the combat exam. Education isn't always everybody's forte. However, this is going to be required learning. I highly suggest you learn to apply yourself to this, as well as you apply yourself to your other activities. She also, like, the images of Sun passed out in a bush have definitely done the rounds.
41 out of what?
Out of 100.
Mhm.
Oh god.
Siren who broke 100 on the combat.
Yeah, Saren who broke 100. I mean, he did really well in combat.
He did
both
really
him
well
and
on
Neptune
combat.
did.
That's like, I wasn't taking the piss. I think he finished top 5.
Neptune got a 39 on his written exam. Sun got a 41, so together they got a 40. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, like I said, that wasn't a piss take about him being good at combat. He's actually good at it. Anyway, back to surgery on a banana. The banana is going to end up in his room at some point.
Just sitting on his bed.
We're gonna make him hate bananas. Every time he looks at a banana, is it real or is it not? It's Schrodinger's banana.
He's too scared to know. He's just never gonna open another banana.
I need this, but like live Saban reaction.
I can do that later. Anyway, yeah, so I'm going to continue making Sun have a nervous breakdown. I don't know what the others are doing. Keep going before I fucking have a stroke.
Rue's doing homework, Carmine's watching, Saren is practicing, you're practicing.
Yeah, how much
Indeed.
of Neptune's jacket have you ruined? Does Bro's jacket look like a denim vest now?
That's up to how much you want to tear into, because he seems content to just let you do it.
Jeez, he's down horrendous.
We'll make it into a short sleeve jacket for now.
You know what?
Yep.
Carmine's gonna turn around, look at Neptune, and just mouth the words to him. Get a grip.
He kind of just looks at you for a second, blinks, kind of tilts his head in confusion before, like, tentatively grabbing onto the desk.
He's so dumb.
She's losing her mind right now. Oh my gosh.
Get us away from Teen Sun before we have an aneurysm. We're getting dumber by being around them.
Now you understand their power.
Oh man. How do we stop Cinder? Just put Team Sun around her. She'll eventually she'll just explode. That's fair enough, Rue.
Siren's just using it to her advantage.
I love it. You guys get to enjoy the study hall before the end of class rolls around. You guys get to make your way back to the lockers to change into your combat uniforms or your combat attire. For the final class of the day, combat.
Oh god, they're done. They're gone.
Ha,
Oh.
joke's on you. No, they're not.
Oh no!
Combat
Wait.
classes are daily and they don't take classes in Monday mornings. So, you know what that means.
Did they follow us back to the? Because they not only
Yeah,
did
Yeah, they'd have
yeah.
to go change.
so we just walked back with them. Are their beds gone?
Why is your bed
You look-
gone?
Because
You look
we had
into the
our beds
room.
removed for better beds.
Both of your guys' dorm room is closed. Theirs is open. Poking your head inside, all of their furniture is gone.
And what did they do with their furniture again?
It just got taken.
They disassembled their beds, but the crew that came in to deliver your guys' new ones, your bunk beds, took all the stuff out and just saw what looked like an empty dorm with disassembled beds across from them, so they just decided to clean it out too.
Interesting.
Sage kind of leans his head in. Oh man, the refrigerator's gone too. Gonna have to get another one of those. Sun just kind of perks up. I know a guy.
Oh no. So we now have very, very good, like, high-end Atlas fancy beds. Team Sun have nothing. And honestly, that's
You were
the way it
upgrading
should
them
be.
to. You were upgrading them to bunk beds, correct?
No.
No.
No, we half joked about it, because it'd be like Carmine cannot have a top bunk. Just for safety reasons.
Carmine's a bottom.
Yes.
What?
Am
No,
I
these
wrong?
are just
Anyways.
these are just like high quality double beds.
Okay. Yep.
So like we don't
Super
need
comfy.
we don't need to change the room layout. The fuck's that?
No, you're all good.
You're a helicopter. They're just like better quality beds now.
We vibe it. Thank you, Bayo, for giving us the new sun dorm empty. Oh, man, this on top of it.
My
It's okay, it just
gosh.
gives them more room. This is why they go to hammocks. Anyways,
More party room.
well, they take the opportunity to change. You guys do the same. Head down to the locker rooms, which is convenient because it is adjunct to the combat area, or at least to the combat room.
Well, Brew has to go into the same locker room as Sun. You can't avoid them forever. We all at least.
Oh,
get
I
to
will. I will go invisible and ignore them completely.
You just follow us.
Amazing.
Just go into the girls'
Uh.
floor. We understand. We're not going to dob you in.
We saved you a corner. Anyways. So, you guys step down into the basically miniature indoor coliseum that is the combat room to see most of the class here. Combat's offered in the No, it's offered most of the day, but
Yeah.
most everybody took it in the afternoons. Because like Solstice is here, Riverglass is here. Like all of you guys share the combat class in the afternoon as far as player teams go. So it's basically the entirety of the class here in the afternoons of the first years. First thing you notice is that there are 2 teachers here. A man dressed in what can only be Athelian combat gear. Another man sitting beside him in the process of restrapping on what looks like a pair of foot wraps. Man goes barefoot. His hands are wrapped in a similar fashion. Everything he wears is short sleeve, short cut. The stitching and the dust inlays in the lakeness of assorted creatures kind of heralds to perhaps a Suyin, or at least Suyin fashion style. The last thing you notice is something that some of you have seen before. Currently curled up along some of the bleachers, taking up the space of about 2 rows worth of them, maybe about a 10-foot square, is a large grim, pale white across the entire body, laced through with veins of deeper purple. What looks like an alpha Beowulf curled up. Albino grim are a rare phenomenon. Most everyone's heard of one, but few have ever actually seen one. They are grim born without the desire to destroy. Often means that they can be bonded to by people. Yes, this is absolutely my explanation for why people could just have grim as pets. No, I will not hear anything on it. I'm just here for a good time. Just curled up contentedly amongst the bleachers, being given quite the wide berth.
Tiffany does look at that and go, concerning. Probably there for a reason. Then goes back to inspecting her gun.
Class hasn't quite started yet, but one of the professors has made his way up to you guys. The Athelian dressed one rests his hands on his hips, gives you guys a grin ear to ear before holding out a hand to shake yours first, Tiffany.
Tiffany shakes it.
And you must be Team Glacier.
Yes.
Whenever you go in to grab his hand, he clasps you not by the hand, but brings his entire arm up to grasp up by your elbow, making you have to do the same in like a full arm clasp, Athelian style. Shakes aggressively, like just a very, very firm handshake, nearly jostling you out of place.
Yeah, she doesn't go limp, but you know that thing where you're caught completely off guard and you're just kind of like...
Go with it, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, I guess we're doing this now, cool, sweet.
Mm-hmm. He keeps his grin. Silas Keynes, but you can just call me Mr. Keynes. And I am your guys' advisor. Which means that for the next 3 years, we're all going to be best friends. My job is to help you guys get through classes, answer any questions you have, advise you on your developmental and career paths, so on and so forth.
How well known is Silas?
Do what now?
How well known is this man in front of me?
Older. I mean, the kind of guy who's already accomplished pretty well. The kind of guy who's already accomplished several feats of renown, but hasn't really done anything major of recent. Seems to have dedicated most of his time to teaching now. Which, given that most of the stories have similar details, but none of them are consistent on like the outcomes of things, it doesn't seem surprising. accomplished by himself, the kinds of feats of like defensive villages and things like that would usually be attributed to like a whole team. Some of it is told with such grandiose that to be seen more as over exaggeration than anything else, but definitely an accomplished individual.
Very good.
Just a well-storied huntsman with a laundry list of accomplishments to his name.
Very good. A good person for us to know.
Mhm.
Tiffany does smile a bit. Hearing the name and seeing the face, it's like, yes, I am aware of this man's existence. I look forward to learning from you. I'm sure as do the rest of my team.
Oh, I'm definitely looking forward to working with all of you, especially. He looks to you, Saren, offering his hand out the same way he did to Tiffany, to shake. You know what's coming if you accept.
Yes, she knows exactly what's coming. She has been trained for this.
I must admit, mentally preparing. I must admit, this year's first years are a true bumper crop of excellence in the combat field. The fact that we had multiple students place above a 100 and several of which tied for positions is absolutely amazing to see. I must admit your family's training showed itself quite well during your applications and during your entrance exam. I am very keen to helping you develop your skills and seeing you in action personally.
I appreciate that, Mr. or should I say Professor K.
I had to cough there, sorry.
Oh, good.
He keeps his grin, continually just shaking your hand through the entire thing before unclasping your arm. Well, I'm happy to see that your team is held together and quite capable. The two of you, he motions first to Tiffany and then to you, Saren, placed quite well overall. And we're only a few seconds behind the top placing team, so already I'm seeing the potential for fantastic synergy among your team.
That sounds great.
He moves down to RWBY would be next in line, offering to shake your hand the same.
Yeah, let's do it. Shake the man's hand.
Shake the man's hand.
Won't you shake a poor sinner's hand?
Shake
Anyways.
my hand. Do it.
Another equally aggressive shake, even being braced for it. It's still quite intense. And of course, we have one of the top scorers in the intellectual fields. Battles of the mind are just as important battles of the flesh in many cases, though as far as this class is concerned, let's keep those skills focused on in the moment. Don't spend too much time in your head that you can't make a decision. He steps down to you, and last, you, my friend, offers out his hand to shake. That is glorious. That is glorious, Bayo. Thank you.
Wait, is this to Carmine or?
No, Bayo posted the upgraded
okay.
Sundorm and VC stuff. Continue. He offers his hand out to shake. You know what's coming if you accept.
There's a... Wait. Would there
What?
be a chance that Semblance activates and she either sticks or slides off knowing what's coming?
What?
This man's about to grab and shake you violently.
Yeah, she'll go for the handshake because she wants to be polite even though she's scared.
Fantastic. D100.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Just want to see what happens.
40.
You go
40.
to clasp on, and as he kind of tightens his grip, your arm just kind of just spits out the side of his hand. Oh, right. There's that semblance I was hearing about. So we're gonna have to work on getting that in check, but still useful actually. Kind of taps his chin. It does mean you have the potential of not only escaping grapples quite well, but who knows about the other applications. Tell me, are you only able to apply it on people, or can you apply it on objects as well?
I think both. I haven't tested it that much.
Excellent. We're going to be doing some very thorough testing indeed then.
Okay, cool.
He resigns himself not to shake your hand aggressively, but instead give you very firm head pats.
Okay, very cool. She's just like, she kind of stiffens up. If anyone has seen that video where they place like a fake flower on the cat's head, that's Carmine right now.
I appreciate it.
There it is.
Yup. He maintains his grin as he looks you all over, kind of takes a moment to examine your weapons, giving approving nods to each one. Well, there's definitely a lot we can do with everything you all have available at your discretion. However, I'd like to see you all as a team, so we have a few moments before class gets started. Why don't you all go ahead and get down on the ground level here, and let's see what we need to work on in your team coordination.
Sounds good.
Oh, yeah, great.
Sounds like a plan.
Tiffany will move that way.
Yep.
Gently
He lets the four of
Carmine
you-
by the arm, drag her across. Once she's done
Wait,
blue
what?
screening, I'm just gonna lead you by the hand. Once you like are done blue screening after being patted.
Yo, Tiffany holding Carmine's hand. Pog.
Whoa! Pog!
They're both wearing gloves. It's
Oh.
fine. They're wearing gloves.
It's fine, they're wearing gloves, yes.
It's censored.
There is no skin contact.
It's just
hand holding
roasting
in my
girls,
Christian Minecraft server.
right?
Yeah. Anyways, with that, I won't have you guys do combat rolls. Instead, this is your guys' first opportunity to really work together as a team. It won't be fluid by any stretch of the imagination. You all have to learn each other and acclimate to each other. Your opponent is none other than the very same Grim that was up in the stands before, called down by Instructor Keynes. Her name is Lucille, and you guys are told not to hold back against her. She can take it. As individuals, you're all very capable in combat, and to a degree, in pairs, you've worked together before. But now it's your first time working together as a team, of having to mentally kind of maintain where everybody's at. So I'm going to go down the list, starting from the bottom to the top this time. I want you to tell me one thing that you excel at now that you're, as a team, part of a team, and one thing that you struggle with. RWBY?
He's probably gonna focus teamwork wise on supporting people and like helping them get in and out of situations. Struggling with coordination on that scale though.
It's easy for you to kind of pick out a single person and move them in, move them out. But there is some hiccups in your timing of being able to get multiples in at a time, especially between Carmine's kind of latent agility and her ability to kind of engage and disengage at will, and then Saren's obviously, given her kit, her desire to be in the enemy's face the entire time does mean juggling the two of them is a bit on the timing is kind of what you need to work on, and being able to help them both out while still being able to keep an eye on Tiffany and being able to give her those opportunities to reposition herself safely for optimal shots, and also kind of being able to help her squeak the most out of her bonus. It's juggling 3 people now, not just one other person or not just yourself, and that is something that you're going to have to acclimate and get used to. Saren.
Well, I think the one thing that she excels at is certainly taking corruption and being that front line. But I think she would probably struggle at allowing, like, creating openings for others.
Sure. Given that you are fighting a Grim, building up corruption is something that you can do quite easily. However, it's not that you can't create openings, it's that you're so used to creating them and then immediately exploiting them that, like, whenever those openings do happen, you almost kind of inadvertently do end up clashing with your teammates. Like, not intentionally, it's the kind of thing where, like, they see the opening and go for it as well too. And either you have to divert out of the way last second, or like you kind of almost get in each other's way. It happens once with Carmine where like she slides into you. Thankfully, neither of you were super hostile towards each other, so it was more of like a oops, my bad. And then like you end up having to dive out of the way of one of Tiffany's shots. So it's really kind of keeping that in mind, that like that large amount of training you have towards like, hey, I create the openings and then exploit them. You're having to kind of untrain that from yourself, and given how much time you spend training, it's actually kind of difficult. You have to catch yourself several times, and it does cause you to lag a little bit in certain situations, and not really slip up, but just kind of mistime things.
Indeed.
Carmine.
I'd say outside of like the whole scene that we've talked about with scouting, I'd say she's pretty good at like creating openings for her team.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
where would you say she struggles in the team-based scenario?
In the team-based scenario where she struggles would, I think it'd probably be man, there's a lot, but I need to think. I think she would struggle with just and positioning, probably. Partially because of her semblance, but then also,
It's hard to position when you're sliding.
Yeah, no, partially because of her semblance, but then also because she hasn't really worked with a team before, so.
Mm-hmm. It's not only just staying out of the way and knowing when to dive in the right times, and not really timing, but like you said, like timing isn't that hard for you. You're fast enough that windows are a lot larger for you, so you can act on them. But it is positioning. It's making sure that you're not, after sliding past Lucille and getting in a slash on her, that you're not standing in a position where like Tiffany has to move so she doesn't shoot you by accident, or like force her to have to re-aim, because like Tiffany's a good shot, but she's also aiming at weak points, so she does have to be conscious of what's past them. Given that, generally speaking, the stands are protected by hard light, you are not, and the last thing she wants to do is hit you with a shot, obviously. So it's a little bit of that repositioning that has to happen. And then, there's that time where like you see that opening, you go in to dive for it, and then like you bump up against Saren in the process, and you have to like apologize. And you both just kind of briefly like, oh, sorry, my bad, before re-diverting. And your semblance seems to be behaving for right now since you have something to focus on, but there's still a little bit of that lag because of like, am I in the right spot? Do I need to move? And like readjusting yourself. just acclimating to a position that you're not used to. And how about Tiffany?
Her strength is shot calling, identifying weak points, and telling people to go hit those things. However, her big critical weakness is she's a very static target. As you highlighted before, she wants to shoot the thing with her gun. In comparison to the others, she's quite slow. However, it is it's the burst damage that she specializes in. But in a way, she almost makes herself a human target. While others are able to move around, become invisible, defend themselves better in melee, she has to stay still. And it just puts a big target on her back.
Indeed it does. Your shots are solid, and your shot calling is really good. It makes it to where the team is able to kind of sync up their timing a bit better. But Lucille is also a very intelligent Grim and has an intelligence level about on par with what you would expect, like, a Huntsman to have. So she's able to identify very quickly that, hey, you sit still and call shots. Like, putting pressure on you makes things kind of not crumble, but forces the rest of the team to scramble to keep up, which allows her to kind of control the tempo a bit. Forces you to have to reposition, or to have, in particular, like we were Carmine, either help you move or redirect, and puts a little bit more on your plate to manage. It's not just shot calling now it's figuring out where to best be at, not only for your own shots, but where to to try and take the engagement so that your shots don't risk over penetrating and hitting Carmine or Rue or Saren. It's a new experience for sure, and comes with its own upsides and downsides of learning. Despite some of the struggles, you guys do decently well. You already have some level of cooperation, and your kits do kind of complement each other. And picking on single targets is like Glacier's specialty as far as mechanics go. So it isn't long before Saren's final stroke cuts in and separates Lucille's head from her body. She goes to tumble forward, but her body doesn't start breaking apart. Instead, you can see the condensed corruption around the wound just assimilating and amassing before the head starts to regenerate and recoalesce. That is only possible in one type of Grim, in Ebon.
Tiffany does lower her gun. An Ebon Grim. Is she from the high rise?
Silas laughs to himself. Should have figured you'd be smart enough to catch on to that. Yes, she is. Meet Lucille, one of our resident specialists. She's bonded to your ebonology professor. He has been kind enough to loan her to us for some of our combat testing in order to help her work out some of that excess energy. No sooner does her head reform, Lucille gives a bit of a yawn, paces past you guys, stops long enough to kind of sniff at Saren a little bit, before just pacing past, climbing back up the sides of the walls to lounge back in the same position she'd been in before in the bleachers.
And that just stays on campus?
He gives a nod. Yes. I mean, she's an albino. She's not inherently filled with desire to destroy, and it means that we have easy access to an Ebon Grim to study.
Fair enough.
Can you think of a better place to put her?
No, I was just asking, that's all. Sir.
He laughs to himself. No need for the sirs. Let me ask you a question that Esteban is fond of asking when it comes to her and comes to people asking things about her. And I don't expect you to have an answer. If you have one, by all means give it, but think on it for a bit. He points to Lucille. By all accounts, she's no different than any of us. There's some minor differences in biology, obviously, but she breathes, she sleeps, she dreams, she can fight. She's a living being. And she's not born with the desire to destroy, yet she's still soulless. What makes her different than, say, a dog that you choose to train to fight alongside you?
She shrugs. She doesn't know.
He gives a nod, and that right there is not only the correct answer, but an interesting one to think about. Because honestly, none of us know what is different. And that's part of why she's kept around, because now we can study her, watch her up close. Try and discern the differences for ourselves. We can't cut into her, anything we cut off will just break apart and she'll regenerate. So we can't dissect her. So the best we can do is just see her in action. It's one of the classes you all probably end up taking here is ecology, the study of things out in the field. It's the only way we can study Grimm, for the most part. Well, since you all got to work out, we're going to leave the rest of the students to cut their teeth in and try cooperating together as a team, but a lot of you have seen in action now. We know what works and what doesn't, what needs to be worked on. We got to get certain people more mobile, and some of you need some practice moving in and about your teammates. Some of you are really good at being able to position yourselves at a great time, but you're not used to having so many others around, and he looks to you, Saren. Well, you're actually pretty solid across the board, other than really just trying to push on everything yourself, especially whenever you have others around you who can assist you and might even be better suited for some of those openings. It might be best to learn a little bit of tempo and a little bit of discretion. But honestly, for first years, you all are very, very capable.
Tiffany straightens up with hearing that. An element of pride. She's glad that the staff members do see her and her friends as, well, people worth investing in, for lack of a better word.
Outside of cooperation together, I think the biggest thing we need to work on for all of you is experience. As a team, first and foremost. Cooperating together in units, things like that. So, though you'll be attending this class every day, I actually have homework for you guys. I'd like for you all to try and complete a mission by next week. Doesn't have to be anything intense, just pick something out, do it over the weekend if you want to. If you choose not to do it, then I at least want to see your action plan for it. Pick one out, make a plan on how to solve it, how you'd approach it, present it to me. So either go out and do it yourselves if you think you are up to it. First year missions, you might be fighting with some of the others for availability on that, but if you can't get one or you don't think it's one that you're ready for right away, then at least just give me an action plan. You, he points to Tiffany, will be the one to submit it to me, but I'd like to think that you all work together on it as a team.
nods.
Good. Well, just because we're not having you all out on the field doesn't mean that there aren't things you can't develop and work on, so do some studying on what you think you need to work on. Feel free to keep yourselves sharp. Use some of the training dummies in the outside arena if you need it. Just because you're capable doesn't mean you should ever let your attention lapse or your diligence falter. We're in a profession that decides the lives of people. Yourselves, each other, citizens, bandits that you're up against. We're responsible for if people live or die. Speaking of which, can't forget this most so important question to ask you all. One that, if I didn't, our vice headmaster would tear me a new one for, so an important question for all of you. Not only will you be responsible for deciding the fates of people, but you yourself have to decide your own fate. I want an honest answer to this question. There are no right or wrong answers. It is just your personal feelings on the matter right now. If you were to get involved in a fight that is over your head or whatever, would you be ready to die in this moment? He'll look first to Rue.
I think in terms of dying, I would be comfortable with dying, and yet I would at the same time ask to live in order to do more. That's all we can do until we've reached our final day.
He nods. Then to Saren.
If it is for the people of Mistral or the people of Remnant, I'm happy to give my life, if it means saving another.
Another slow nod for him before he turns his attention to you, Carmine.
Sorry, 1 second. I just coughed on my drink.
Don't do that.
I'm drinking water. I'm hydrating. She's definitely like, she's thinking it over, not in the sense of like a yes or no, but more of what to say. And she nods her head, not very hesitant, but just like very firm, and she's like, absolutely, I'd be willing to die for the sake of saving someone else. It's what many of us do over in Vacuo. I don't know why I would just not do that. We look out for each other. If I were to turn my back on that, I couldn't do this with pride at all.
Come on, there you go. Headset didn't pick it up for a second. He nods before lastly turning his attention to Tiffany.
Her eyes, for the first time, instead of the sharp focus, become almost glassy. Her mind trailing off elsewhere. I've already been faced with the prospect of my own death. And the fear that I couldn't protect the people that were close to me. If I die in the service of those that need to be helped, then that is valuable. However, I will do everything in my power to make sure that it doesn't come to that. To try and make sure that we get out. There is no fear and there is no shame in retreating. Better to live another day than to simply perish. Many of heroes go out there thinking that the be-all and end-all is glory. These people are long gone, forgotten to time. I'm sorry, was that an answer you were looking for?
He smiles. It was an answer, and that's what really mattered. And I agree with all of your answers. The life I came from, the training that I got, saw me fighting side by side by people I called my kin every day. My brothers and sisters in arms. I face death a lot. I've been resuscitated more than once, so by technicality I have already died, but he laughs. It's more semantics. You all had an answer, and that was really what was important. Which means that I can approve you for taking missions. He taps something on his scroll. All of your scrolls ping, updating you. You now have access to the mission board.
Neat.
There aren't a lot of missions that are readily available for first years, so you might be fighting with some of the others over them, as I said before, but
The other people
they're
are
yours.
as
They
connected
pay well.
as I am.
They're yours. They're yours to look over. They pay damn well. So it's one of the many ways you can work your way through things or earn some money to do some necessary upgrading or stock yourselves. Please never forget to stock dust. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Yeah, I'm fully stocked.
It's always
right
nice
now.
to diversify your types. It's always nice to diversify your ammo types, and it's always nice having some level of know-how with your teammates' equipment. There's been more than one time that my teammates have had to take equipment from me in order to survive, or I've had to do the same from them. So it's not a necessity at the moment, but learning each other's gear, how it functions, can really help out. You never know when something might happen and somebody might drop something and you have to get it back to them, or, I mean, combat is chaos, and a million and one things are a possibility. I've got enough stories to last until tomorrow's class, so I won't bore you with them, but you know yourselves, you know what you need to work on, and now I've given you advice on what to look for in the future. There's a reason why combat class is the only one that happens every day. It's a necessity in our line of work. You will fight. You will put your lives on the line. You will face death. It's why being ready is important. Not being suicidal, but being embraced and acceptant of the fact that death is a possibility. And some of you have some very good minds. All of you have great mindsets about it. If it's going to happen, you are ready as you can be. But you also still want to live, to fight, and to keep protecting others. I'm more than happy to help you all work on whatever it is you feel you need doing. All of you could definitely use some hand-to-hand experience. Even those of you with expertise in close range. There will come a time when your weapon just won't be available, or it is just more efficient to swap to the old reliable. He balls up his fist and kind of holds it up. It's a field that few specialize in. He points over to his fellow instructor, Instructor Moreau. And that man is one of the best there is, outside of certain places like the pit and Vacuo. So, we'll be working on your guys' hand-to-hand. We'll be working on your team coordination as far as personal needs go. Tiffany, we're going to work on your melee proficiencies a bit. You're a damn good melee shot, and I have every reason to believe, well, you've shown me that you're decently capable with a sword, but that is probably the one area you need the most improvement in outside of just manual hand-to-hand. Carmine, you're very adaptive when it comes to your movement and your placement, but each one of your actual blows lacks stopping power.
Looks at her
You can
-2 strength.
Yeah, like if she punches
So-
somebody, she heals them.
So we're going to work on utilizing one of your strengths to cover your weaknesses. And we're going to see if we can't teach you how to weaponize your momentum to hit a hell of a lot harder.
Suicide dive.
Saren, when it comes to your melee combat, you're damn near impeccable. There are few things I could say that you need to really work on outside of just team-oriented experience as far as melee combat is concerned when it comes to the blade. Obviously, hand-to-hand, we're going to have to work on, and you are going to need some kind of response to distance, I'm sure. You've already been through that with a professor. If you haven't, then we'll work on it. Whether that's aura strikes, thrown weapons, you pick up a gun, a bow, a sling. We had a kid a few years back who did a slingshot. We just need some kind of solution. Hell, rope, a whip, something that'll let you hit or at least engage targets further out.
I have some ideas.
Rue, your placement's great, your timing is great, but you either need some more stopping power or the means to disrupt opponents more aggressively. Due to your kit, you have a very easy time of being able to slip into enemy defenses and hit them where it hurts the most, where it counts, but that set of abilities is one that falls under a very, very common niche in our field. It is very easy to become over-reliant on semblance, and there will come a time where that won't help you. There will come a time where, the blind seers, you may be able to turn invisible and bend light around you, but you still make vibrations. You still occupy physical space. There are ways to sense you and detect you, outside of just aura sense. The blind seers feel vibrations in the air, which you don't do anything about. So there would be a group that you wouldn't be anywhere near as effective against, and overcoming some of those weaknesses is what we'll work on. However, I can't say there's singular things that need to be worked on as far as overall lacking base skill sets. Hand-to-hand combat is something that very few specialize in, but it is something that we make sure to teach everybody, so I don't count that. But your guys' overall base level is very much passable.
Very good. Fuck hand-to-hand combat. All my homies hate hand-to-hand combat.
She is built like a toothpick. Do you expect her to do much?
Kick them in the nuts.
True.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the thing is, like, if
Yeah.
you
Look,
just
the
launch yourself at somebody hard enough, it's bound to hurt them.
That's true.
Exactly. the one thing that Crow has showed me is that no matter how skilled the enemy, getting socked in the jaw still fucking works.
Brick protocol.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yep. Anyways, he has you guys do some light kind of workouts to keep yourselves warm and let you guys kind of process the information he's given you at your own speed. It is seeing the other teams in action. Riverglass and Solstice will have to wait because obviously they're player teams, so their input matters, but I can at least give you guys a rundown of how the other teams operate. It'll be your first time seeing a lot of them in combat together. The one team that operates almost flawlessly together from the get-go is Glade. Glade have experience fighting alongside each other. Most of them are either related or have fought alongside each other in the past. The one thing they struggle with is just kind of containing their leader, Gavin. He is just balls to the wall from the get-go, full bore, steal the spotlight, the attention, and it is just the rest of them playing around him, which is kind of an inversion of you guys to a degree. Tiffany is the leader and directs the team, whereas Gavin is the attention stealer and kind of makes the openings for the rest of his team, so to speak. Their teamwork is really solid. Their individual skill sets still have a lot to work on. Gavin has way too many things to work on outside of just beating things with his sword and his skill set. He really just does not do much else. It is just get in their face and hit them with big sword. It leaves a lot to be worked on. His hand-to-hand's actually really solid, funny enough. He can grapple with Lucille no problem. Not as strong as she is, but strong enough to kind of hold her off. Lion is really, really diversified in his skill set and brings a lot of utility to the table, but lacks stopping power. He can absorb different types of dust that are naturally occurring and then gains temporary benefits off of them. He makes himself super dense and durable whenever he absorbs earth dust. He makes his attacks hit faster and harder when he absorbs fire. So he's really adaptive, but obviously he can't use multiple types of dust at once. And he has to take time to swap in between them, which slows him down. And then, when it comes to single hit combat, he just does not hit very hard. Do gets to share the utility boat. Her semblance allows her to form weapons out of aura constructs. Even functioning firearms, but it takes her time to manifest them, and obviously it depletes her aura when she does it. So, yes, she's very versatile in her combat, but she's kind of burning herself out, so there's managing that. Ekru is in the Carmine boat of strong semblance, not as much control over it. Can't really apply it very often without risking disrupting her whole team. She can amplify vibrations. To the point where punching somebody's enough to create a minor ground shake in the area around her if she pushes it. She has more willing control over it, the Carmine does, but it's indiscriminate and is broad scale, so there is that to take into consideration. Revenant has no teamwork. They're almost butting heads with each other. But their individual skill sets are quite capable. And then Ordinal, 3 of their members work really well together. That is Jet, Lavender, and Blair. Blair is a very intelligent individual and is a really good coordinator. Orion has the Saren problem of just being so used to fighting on his own, but unlike Saren, who's capable of adjusting to that, he is just fighting on his own, and it shows. He keeps trying to take on Lucille by himself, and the rest of his team are scrambling to keep up with him because of it, which, considering the fact that he is really skilled, is difficult to do, to say the least. Those are your first years. Oh, Team Sun. Actually, as far as raw ability at the moment, they are probably the ideal team. Like, their teamwork is really solid. They just trust each other intrinsically. Their combat skills are diversified and capable. Every single one of them has their niche. Scarlet needs to pack more of a punch. Sage packs a punch, but is really inflexible in his approach. Neptune could pack a lot harder of a punch, and Sun, if he tries to use his semblance, is rooted in place. So they have things they need to work on, but honestly, their teamwork's top notch. Like, they aren't as experienced with each other as Glade is, but they just intrinsically trust each other. Like, they went out and partying together last night one time, and now they're best friends. Just bros. And then Sun and Neptune did score really well in combat, and Sage wasn't very far behind. So, like, they're a really capable team across the board. We'll see how the other player teams go, but right now, as far as just raw, like, overall, right now, the way that teams are stacking up, you guys are kind of in the second bracket of teams where it's like you're really, really good, but you're kind of missing some teamwork and coordination. Sun and Glade they're decent and they have good coordination. And then the other teams are in the third bracket of, man, you need some work. We'll see how Solstice and Riverglass fare. I think I know how they're going. I think I know how Solstice is going to fare, but we're still going to let them decide that. So that is your guys' combat class, how it pans out for all of you. Huh? No, I was talking about combat class and how, like, all the teams are on it together in the afternoons. Yeah, I said them. Sorry, I mumbled. So yeah, that's just looking and sizing up your fellow classmates. Individual scores are one thing, but as far as overall team scores go, like, it changes the grading scale completely. And it puts Team Ordinal, he would think would be at the top, at the very bottom. Team Clematis, I can't forget about them either. Three of them are disgustingly well together. Cinder's just not the best in fair combat. Emerald and Mercury are flawless. Like, they have fought with each other before, clearly. Like, you don't get that level of coordination and trust in each other. It's one thing to trust each other and just send it and just kind of figure it out as you go, like Sun does. They not only trust each other, but they've worked together before, and it's clear. Trivia is able to keep up with them just through sheer skill, or at least, like, understanding. So, like, she can adjust herself to them, which allows her to kind of make up for their weaknesses. Cinder joins Tiffany in being kind of rooted in place and just not really being able to reposition easily, as they're kind of distant shot. If anything, that team suffers from an over-reliance on Mercury as a heavy hitter.
Which, I mean,
like, Mercury is their heavy hitter. Yeah, so, like, they basically,
like, the best student in the first years. Like, that guy's actually fucked up.
Yeah, top 5 in both combat and written exams, so it makes sense. But yeah, their team has a really big over-reliance on him because the other 3 just do not hit as hard. The other 3 can create all the openings in the fucking world, slip under guards, apply, like, minor injuries and slashes, and stay evasive. And Cinder can just fight from a range. But, like, as soon as Lucille clocks that, like, Mercury's the one to watch out for and starts managing him, their output and ability to kind of drive her down plummets. Without him there to kind of cinch in the kill, or at least cinch in the hit, they just start to suffer functionally as a team. Which makes sense, because, like, Mercury is their heavy hitter. Thankfully, you guys don't have that problem, because all 4 of you have the capability of being a heavy hitter on your team in one capacity or another. So they'll be joining you guys in kind of the second bracket of teams. Of like, hey, you guys aren't half bad. Like, you guys have great skills. We just need to work on a few things. Which is, in your guys' case, just you need more experience together. Like, once you guys get more experience together and get more synergize a bit more, you'll join the other teams up in the top bracket of being like, hey, yep, you guys are a team. Like, you work well together. Your skills cover each other. You're coordinated. You guys have coordination. Kinda. That's a bracket. So that's a asterisk, parentheses, whatever. And then just experience is all you're lacking. It's learning to kind of cover each other, develop trust in each other, which just comes with time and doing missions and doing training together. So that's how you guys size up, and that's how all the other students fare in comparison. I'll update you guys after Solstice and Riverglass next week. But yeah, that's what I got for combat. The class finishes up. You guys get to store your gear. It's the end of the day. No more classes. You can wear whatever you want to wear that's comfortable, or like just your normal outfits. You have the evenings to yourself. Dinner you'll have to sort out on your own. Time is now yours to do with as you see fit. Up until you go to rest.
As soon as I get back to the dorm, if you have nicer clothes, put them on. I'm taking all of you out for dinner. We'll leave as soon as we're ready.
Carmine looks at her bed, and she looks down at herself, looks at Tiffany, and goes, I'm wearing what I have.
That simply won't do.
We're taking you shopping first.
Okay. I don't have money though. Are you just like
We do.
Well, no, I do, but I'm sort of, but we won't get into that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're gonna buy some, not like super high end clothes that just draws attention, but some nicer clothes, like neat casual for going out for dinner.
Let's go. Yes, I have a town idle screen.
Oh my gosh, he got it! He got it!
Yep. Oh, the first outfit swap for Carmine, besides her
A school uniform.
Yeah. She's standing in the middle
hey,
of
my
the
friend.
street.
Yeah. Hey, my friend.
You got hit by a car
She's
already.
taking a nap.
We're all standing around her. It's
Hair
like, get up.
lording over her.
Get up.
She's flying with the ears.
Oh, I'm dying. Okay.
I love it. Anyways. 3 of you dress up a little bit nicer than normal to head into town. One of you is going to be dressing up here shortly, but that requires you guys going shopping.
We will buy her clothes
sun-
and she will enjoy it.
The sun is starting to set. A lot of the paper lanterns that dot Mistral are being swapped out for the evening time glass ones being lit to illuminate the street and send glittering dancing lights all over the place. Lamps start to kick on. Where around the town would you like to possibly go shopping? Friendly reminder, you are attempting to go shopping for a faunus.
I was about to
There are
say,
a lot of no faunus welcome signs hanging up.
I know that there are a lot of no fauna sites. She would have probably gotten in contact with Esmeralda. Said buying clothes for Fauna's friend, where is best place? Money is no object.
She immediately sends back like an exclamation mark before sending you a pin drop of her location, telling you to meet her there.
Fantastic, we're gonna go there. I have a friend who knows where we can buy clothes. stores ran for supplying furnaces, so no need to worry about that immediate discrimination.
Oh, right. Right. She's just thinking on the fact that she just learned about this, like, literally the other day.
Sad mind.
Carmine learning about racism for the first time. Yeah, that was great. You guys head down into the lower ring, stepping into the Peridot district, the lakefront, where Lake Matsu meets the city itself, currently frozen over. A lot of people out ice skating, kids on the shore, building snow forts and throwing snowballs at each other. A couple of guys further out on the water with like little seats set up and little pop-up tents set up to do some ice fishing. For the three of you, Esmeralda's on the shorter side. A rabbit faunus, bunny faunus, her ears poking up. She is pale. Her kind of silvery blonde hair is pulled back, tucked inside of a hoodie hood, which is up, ear cutouts for her ears to stick up. She's wearing an overly baggy hoodie. It drapes down to her knees. It is held up by being kind of rolled slightly and by looks like a kind of utility belt that has several different pouches and different sets of equipment on it. She's wearing a pair of short-cut athletic shorts and then stockings that go up to her thighs. A pair of very durable-looking shoes with metal plates set on the edges. She actually is presently armed. It's a pair of a pair of short swords, shorter blades hanging on her back. They are parallel to each other, but facing opposite directions, meant for her to be able to reach back and grab them both in one motion. She smiles, and her blue eyes sparkle ever so faintly as she bounds over to Tiffany.
Well,
Hey, bestie, you know I'm coming with you if we're going shopping. Well,
I
if
know.
you're going shopping.
I know.
Good.
We're planning on going out for dinner. We've survived our first days at school, and I think you should meet the rest of my team. Buying clothes for Carmine.
Oh my god, right, you made... Oh, I almost forgot we were going to celebrate. I mean, you've got classes, so that'll have to wait till this weekend, but... Hi, I'm Esmeralda. I'm kind of a tour guide around town by day, and by night I work at one of the clubs over in the Carnelian district, and sometimes on the weekends I am an abyss walker. She holds out a hand to whoever wants to shake it.
I will shake your hand.
Hermione doesn't trust herself to do it after what happened with the teacher,
Fair.
with Silas.
She gasps slightly, seeing you. Oh my goodness. Miss Fujiwara in the flesh. I am so honored. You probably get that all the time. I should not be like fawning over you, but like your family's kind of famous, so
She shrugs. She's like, "It's okay. I appreciate your happiness."
she giggles to herself a bit. You are way more down to earth than I expected. I really like that. Look at you. She kind of nudges you in the side of their elbow. Tiffany, making famous friends.
Yes, she's my partner as well.
Oh, so you two are like a thing, or did you mean like something else?
The entrance exam partner.
We met in
Oh.
the forest.
Oh, so you two got to fight together. That's neat.
Well, it's Carmine and Ruth.
And I was just about to ask, and how about this one? Motioning to Carmine first. So you're Carmine?
Yep, that's me.
You. She kind of looks to the other three who are dressed a bit nicer. Are the one we're shopping for. Got it.
Oh, okay, you don't have. And she just kind of started like mumbling to herself, and she's like on the brink of a breakdown.
No. I like your outfit, and I think it's great. It's just not Mistral-y.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm not from here. No.
I can tell you look vacuous.
Oh, so I stick out like a sore thumb. Great, that's perfect to know.
No. Sorry. My job, like my normal daytime job, is tour guide. So like I guide tourists around. So like you look like most of the other people from Vacuo that come here that I've seen. So
Okay.
sorry, I wasn't trying to say like you. I mean, to a degree you do, but not in a bad way. It's more of like, hey, you just look different than most everybody else around here.
Right.
She said the same thing
So
to me
here's
when
Rue.
I arrived.
We have actually already met before. She holds out a hand. Though it is nice to kind of be formally introduced this time.
Oh,
Crime.
Yeah, this was the
oh my god.
this was the same girl that you bumped into who taught you the ins and outs of the Divine Market, or at the very least how to operate there properly.
The reason you were temporarily out of money before you stole that money off children.
Oh yeah, that's right. She did steal all your money. Yeah.
He's just gonna give her a polite bow and not get in physical contact again.
She giggles to herself. I see, he learns. Good. Right, well, I know of the perfect shop, especially if we're picking out something nice. So I've got an extra paycheck from last weekend saved up. Let's go hit it up.
Yep, off they go.
Yep.
Poor Carmine.
Alright's in so much pain right now, dude.
Bro, I'm straight up not having a good time.
She's straight up not having a good time.
With that, Esmeralda leads you guys on quite the trek. Only one of you is two of you are kind of intimately aware of how Esmeralda navigates. For Rue, this is the most efficient route to avoid trouble, to avoid the wardens, to avoid, more in particular, to avoid territory belonging to like other big names or other known pickpockets. She knows not only the surface of the city well, she knows the undercity, or at least like the underbelly, the crime part of the city, just as well, which isn't surprising to you. Tiffany, you've had Esmeralda guide you around town before. Her choice of navigation is always interesting.
Yeah, we're just going
The first
through
thing you guys do
houses.
is, take an immediate left into the nearest person's house. She just opens the door with a deft motion. You guys walk through. She waves to the person inside before walking out the back door to lead you guys onto a different street.
Did we just walk through someone's house?
Yes.
Don't think about it.
Oh, okay. Right.
She guides you guys along the back side of what looks to be a recycling plant. Does not smell the most pleasant. A lot of chemical smells. Before back onto the main street, hooking an immediate right to take you right to the shop itself. You'd walk along the side of it without even realizing it. Motioning to the front doors, holding it open for the four of you. After all of you.
In we go.
Yeah, go with it.
She follows up behind you guys into what looks like a large, kind of not really discount boutique, but surplus boutique, where just surplus of all sorts of outfits are kept. There are hundreds to dozens of each different type of outfit, of each different article of clothing, all stacked up, piled up. Prices aren't bad. I mean, it's like 10 lien for a pair of pants, 5 lien for a shirt. Like they're not bad and they look decent. Obviously these are all mass produced, so like for you, Tiffany, there are quite a few flaws in a lot of them, but like it's what you get whenever you start mass producing things on this scale.
It's good enough for now.
Yep.
And yeah, Tiffany will supply the money for any of the clothes. And just make sure that, like, obviously not super fancy, but it's just nice to have other clothes that you can wear.
Mm-hmm. Esmeralda picks out a nicer looking shirt, unfolds it, and doesn't hold it up against herself, but holds it up against Carmine, clearly helping you pick out some clothing for her.
She looks around. How nice is the place we're going to exactly?
Well, our food economics teacher currently works there, and it is well regarded even at the Atlas Elites level. However, it is not complete suit and tie.
Esmeralda perks up. Oh, you guys are going to the Silver Wall. You've never been. Oh, you're gonna love it. Yeah, no, you don't have to be super nice there. I mean, honestly, most of what you guys have on now is pretty good. Better than what most people wear there. I mean, she motions to herself. I usually just go in something like this.
We also just came from combat, and presentation counts.
Right.
Her Elysian is showing. She's not.
Yeah,
sorry.
her Elysian is showing, and
Fair
that's
enough.
what's putting
Fair
Carmine
enough.
off.
Well, you're going to want something a little breathable around the waist, because, man, the food there is amazing, and man, those portions are great. I don't know if you're a messy eater by nature. If you are, you're going to want to probably wear like a
I'm not.
overshirt or something on top. Okay, then yeah, you're fine. Normal shirt should do. This t-shirt would be really cute, but it kind of the blue kind of offsets the hair, so we're gonna have to. I wonder if they have this in like a pink or purple.
Ooh.
She's as stiff as a board right now. She doesn't know what to do. She hasn't done this with people at all.
Esmeralda helps pick out an outfit. Tiffany, you pick out the quality. She gets input in from Rue and from Saren on it. My thoughts are she's gonna trying to lead towards like a punk rock vibe, or kind of like a, like just a baggy t-shirt, a pair of cargo pants, like just something comfortable that doesn't look bad. We need the
really
extra
should not
belts
ask
that
the
contain her
colorblind
latent
person
power.
about style.
Yeah, that's fair.
You could at least tell how it looks, like
By shape.
It's good enough. We're gonna stylize our Carmine.
mhm. The ideas for the customizable plushie starts now.
Oh no, they're going through character customization.
Look, Neptune's gonna see those plushies and ask when the body pillows are coming with it. Like,
He will get his head sliced off.
Yeah, I don't think, like, legally I am allowed to do that. In good faith.
it's all gonna be fun and games. It's all gonna be fun and games until we hit year 3 and he goes to flirt with Nico, and then she like awkwardly flirts back, and he's like, "Wait, what? You're into this? Hold up, winning?"
Well,
Winning at life?
that's if Nico doesn't immediately pick up Orion and claim him as her own.
Yeah.
The small
Yeah, that
wolf
is
boy,
possible, but-
pick up your mind now.
Yoink. Yep. That is. We'll see how that goes. It just depends.
Yeah, we'll just get some like
But anyways,
nicer clothes for like going out and doing other events, because like we can't always just wear a huntress attire. Well, we
Yeah.
can, but like
how
looks
many
ugly.
outfits?
How
How many outfits are you looking for?
We'll just get one for now because we have to carry it with us, and then we'll do more later. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that all right now.
Sure.
Prepare yourself.
That'll
Carmine,
probably
you're
run
coming
you.
back.
That'll probably run you about 30 lien total.
Yep, easy paid. No questions
Esmeralda
asked.
picks herself out a few different ones that she's buying for herself, just using your quality eye to identify the good ones.
Yep, already done.
Well, I mean, that's your guys' shopping out of the way. If you don't mind a fifth wheel, I would love to tag along for dinner. I can pay for myself, but I don't want to. Obviously, it's like your guys' first night out on the town as a team, so I don't want to intrude if you kind of want to do your own thing.
Yeah, you can come with us.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
At least we didn't buy makeup for Carmine.
Don't.
I like that
She'll
answer.
lose her mind.
Don't. Fair. Then we'll make our way through.
As you guys are walking, Esmeralda's scroll goes off. She looks at it, frowns for a moment, sighing. That's going to be work for me to deal with later.
What type of work?
Oh, so I don't know how much I should say, but the school is taking you guys on your first Abyss run on Saturday as like a whole class, big thing altogether. And that means that their go-tos are Hibiki and Uta, which are two of the best walkers, which is fair and that's fine. But while they're gone, all their work still has to be done, all their usual daily runs and examining things. So those of us who also kind of partake in the job are kind of juggling the extra work between each other right now and trying to figure out how to take over the bulk of what they do, because they're some of the best.
We need to do a mission. We've been given homework. Would it be possible for us to lend a hand?
I would not be opposed to it as long as you can get approved by the school to do the mission. Yeah, sure. I mean,
we were given access
thankfully,
to the mission board.
Well, the biggest part of their work that needs doing is doing their weekly mappings, or at least their updated mappings of some of the different Abyss, which I don't know if you guys would be allowed to join in. Not that it's a very fun job. It's just a lot of tedious running and moving about and pathing and doubling back, and not a job that I usually do with other people. But I do have a few it would still take you into an Abyss, but it would be kind of short term. I do have a few extraction jobs that need doing that I could absolutely use the extra help on. It, trust me, combat capable hands make extraction jobs go way smoother. So
Let's see about that. Send us information and I can draft up a request for us to be approved.
Sure. My usual contract rate is on extract jobs. Normally 60% of the pay goes to the extra hands, which would be you guys. So that probably, as long as I can actually get the data out this time, probably see you guys walking away with 6K. I mean, that's like all together. But
Sounds good.
yeah, I'll definitely send you that information.
Very good. Tiffany's pleas just saved her getting in touch with her anyway to ask this very question.
But we're not here to talk business. We're here to go out and enjoy food. So she kind of walks backwards as she looks back to the rest of the team. What's the school like?
Gosh, I can't say that. That's an irie answer. Wait. I was about to be like, dog shit. Oh, oh gosh. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. They don't like. It seems like they don't like my weapon. I can't get behind that. I don't know
wouldn't
why.
they like it?
Shrugs. She doesn't know.
It's
I believe
constructed
they
using.
just don't want it filled with sand.
It's also constructed using plumbing pipe.
Okay, hang on a second. It was reinforced. I did a lot of work on that. And who's to say it's a plumbing pipe?
Oh no. I can understand why they might be discontent with that. You haven't bumped into what was her name? Queena yet, have you? Because yeah.
I don't know who that is.
So I've taken my firearms to get done with her before, and I had accidents happen, and while I was trying to get out of Rembrandt, like 2 months ago, I got a little sidetracked, and in that process, while I was being chased out by Grim, I dropped my gun, and I basically it fell like on the priming latch, the priming pin, and it messed the timing up, so I had to go get it fixed, and man, she ripped my head off about that. I can only imagine how she might react to something like that.
Oh.
I don't know if your microphone cut out there or not, but it's very, very fitting.
Yeah, no. I said joy and my voice went up 2 octaves, so I think it cut off from the pitch.
Your microphone peaked. Great.
Perfect.
I'm sure you'll have fun dealing with that whenever it happens. How about the two of
I
you?
don't think I will.
She looks to Saren and to Rue to see if you guys have anything to say about the school.
I believe it is adequate.
Too early to say right now.
Fair, it is only the first day. Oh, still, it's nice to get some insight into things. The hallowed
Right.
grounds on which simple folk like me will never tread.
You seem
She hums to
have
herself. Go
made
ahead.
it out quite well for someone who hasn't gone to the Huntsman Academy.
She kind of coughs a little bit, kind of rubs at the back of her head. I have to work 3 jobs just to pay my rent. I don't think I've made it out quite as well as you think.
I'm talking more about your battle capabilities.
Oh, I mean, normally I just fight long enough to run, so I'm not really the job necessitates fighting to a degree, so I've learned how to defend myself, but honestly, any of you guys could probably take me one-on-one, no problem, so.
For now,
She shrugs.
let's enjoy the meal. The company of one another.
Yep.
They will nom 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 food.
Yep. You guys head to the Silver Walk. It is a buffet style Mongolian, well, it'd be Mistralian grill. Basically, there are just buffet lines where you get raw ingredients. Most of the time frozen. And you mix in whatever sauces you want, and then you take it up to the grill, and then they cook it. You recognize the man helming the grill along with a team of other chefs, being your guys' home ec professor. Not that you've attended with him yet, but you've seen him in the cafeteria managing things, both for breakfast and for lunch. So you already know the quality of the food is going to be top notch, and the portions are going to be hefty. Esmeralda grabs 2 bowls and just starts loading one with veggies, the other with meats and noodles, and getting them soaking in some sauces before she goes to wait in line with like the 60 other people who are getting their food cooked. Yes, they went to Raja's restaurant. What do you want from me? They're staring at me. I've based it on my own experiences with Mongolian Grill that we both have recently fallen in love with. So she was just like giving me that knowing smirk.
We grab food.
Yep.
Food indeed.
This is like a good place because I think you've said it before. It's a mix of human and faunus. Like there's no discrimination on that front.
No, Raja is very clearly by tattoos, by the dress, by the way he talks and carries himself. He is Suyan. They don't see a difference in people. So
we get food. We eat food. Are there bananas?
Nom,
nom.
I mean, there is the fruit bar for like dessert.
Okay. I'll deal with
So
that
yeah,
later.
there's sliced bananas.
Melon.
They did surgery
Slice
on
no
a
more.
melon.
He goes to close up shop. There is a single banana being stitched back together.
The ingredients, the sauces. This place is kind of like sampling the world itself. There's sauce mixtures and ingredient types from all over the world, or at least like that would be common in other parts of the world. There's several warning labels on like the sauce section about the Vacuo and like 5 spice sauces, or like the 5 alarm, the 7 alarm sauces.
She's all over the
That
Vacuo
are-
and sauces.
Yeah, that are like ultra hot, like you can smell that
Yeah.
they're spicy from like across
Yeah,
the bar.
God, she's going for those 100%.
Hell yeah. I mean, there's a little bit of everything. There's urchins that you can have cracked open and get at some of the meat inside, and other seafood that would be more kind of along the lines of like Elysian fare. There's mixtures of all sorts of things from everywhere. You guys can mix and match as you see fit, try new things, stick with what you know and like. Up to you. All at only 10 lien per person, per head. And all you can eat. You can go back up as many times as you want.
Yippee!
Yeah, no, she's going with whatever she sees that's vacuuming that she's familiar with, 100% going for it.
Aaron is definitely sticking mostly Mistral, though she'll probably try a few of the Elysian side and maybe even some Valish stuff.
Urchin is very bitter.
Urchins are also children. That's why my brain went straight away.
Swordsman.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah, it was like, oh, they have urchins there, and it's like, hang on a minute. No, Andrew.
I mean, there are a lot of kids, but
They're not serving children.
Raja gives some recommendations on what you guys bring up. Seeing you bring up a bunch of Vacuo kind of mixtures. Carmine, he reaches under the counter and breaks out a few different mixtures, including, surprisingly of all things, what would be a common sight in Vacuo, but not here, a burlap sack, just like a 20-pound burlap sack just filled to the brim with nothing but like mixed spices. He just reaches in and takes a fistful. Mind you, this fist is like the size of your head almost.
Oh,
Like he could palm a dinner plate, and his fingers would kind of stick out past the edge of it. This is a big man. Just takes a full fistful of spices and spreads it across the grill to start roasting it before loading your stuff down on top of that, doing it like pure vacuum style. To boot.
Let's go.
The kind of thing you would only know if you've ever actually been to Vacuo, which, given that he's a Syrian, isn't a surprise, but
Mhm.
this man traveled the world to try all the different types of foods and then bring them back here so he can cook them for other people.
Perfect.
You guys get to sit down and enjoy hefty, hearty portions, going up for seconds, thirds, fourths, however much you want. And get to just kind of enjoy the time.
Yeah. Tiffany will get
It is
Esmeralda
during
to take
that
a picture of the group of
gonna
them around the dinner
Esmeralda
table.
will be more than happy to do that.
Oh, the reason why you wanted
First
somebody
team
else to
picture,
come as
let's
well.
go. Yep. First team picture, let's go. It's while you guys are sitting down that you are introduced through your scrolls to the ultra chat of badassery, aka the shitposting chat made by Team Sun brackets General, that includes the entirety of the first years.
Oh. Oh no.
Yeah, they've already made like custom stickers. One of them is just Neptune's head and like him holding up a thumbs up, but it's in like chibi form.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
I can picture that exactly.
The commissioned artists.
Well, at least people got paid.
Yep, and well, yeah, you got to pay artists for their work.
Mhm.
Look, if they wanted exposure, they'd just go outside and get a tan.
Oh my gosh.
Tiffany is going to put a picture of the
Anyways.
empty banana stitched back together in there and hope that means people leave them alone. Tag Son in it.
Oh my gosh.
Leave us alone.
Neptune just reacts to the laughing emoji, and Sun just sends a gif of like somebody doubling over and like getting ready to vomit.
There is no banana.
It is just it is just shit posting. It's gonna be great. Don't worry about it. Anything that gets memed or just happens that's funny throughout the year, everyone's gonna find out about it. Because if it happens on Team Sun, one of the other members will just post it for the laughs. And then if it happens to anybody else, one of them will post it because it's funny. Anywho, else? Pictures and group chats aside, you guys get the opportunity to sit down and just enjoy some food, some small talk and polite conversation. Esmeralda's curious about like what were classes like, and what you guys think about some of the teachers that you met, how it went, and things like that. Just idle curiosity. You all load yourselves up, enjoying fine dining at not fine dining, but good food. You still have some time in the evening before it starts getting late. It's like 7-ish now. You still have some time if you want to head out and do anything, explore the town, do things, head back, work on stuff, do some more practice on assorted things, TM.
There are
The
bananas
time is
that need
yours
surgery.
to do with as you see fit.
probably head back to
Yes.
the dorm. She'll kind of like remind everybody that we've got a class with the headmaster tomorrow morning. It's the second block, but like if we're late, we will be shot. So advises a nice early night.
You cut off a bit.
To head back to the dorm and get an early night because they've got a class with Lionheart tomorrow morning.
Gotcha.
And to not be late because that would actually just cause problems.
Yep, that's fair. She'll definitely just take Tiffany's word for it and follow her back.
All right. Rue heading back to the dorms as well.
Yep.
All right. And how about you, Saren?
I suppose.
Alrighty then.
Or banana surgery.
No. Not the banana surgery.
You can go ahead and make another roll towards that if you would so desire, if that's what you want to spend your time on this evening.
Can Carbine spend her time trying to, like... What was it? Hang on. Sorry.
I said I think Saren would probably do some night training.
That's actually
Working
what
on
I was
some-
going to ask. Yeah, if I could do that stuff with, like, the dex
Yeah.
training.
Sure. Yeah, you guys can do that. You guys can do, unless I say otherwise, you guys can do whatever you want during your free time. So if you want to work on that, work on it. Yeah, sure, you both can work on that. I mean, basically, if you roll a 12 or above, it's 2 successes, natural 20 is 3.
Okay.
You get 1 success unless you roll a 1, in which case you don't get shit. So make that check as you see fit and update it at your leisure.
Okay.
Okay.
Above 12 is
2
2?
successes. 12 and higher is 2, yeah.
Okay. Coolness.
Oh man.
That's fucked up. You guys both rolled
Tiffany.
We did.
Yeah. We're just cute like that.
Tiffany, you're
We're
slightly
20.
distracted by Sun sending you repeated texts to leave the banana alone. What did it do to you?
She takes a photo of a banana every single time she stitches it again. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Saren's gonna be like, I will cut your banana in half if you text me one more time.
If you keep messaging me, you will wake up with a banana in your bed.
Oh my god.
Your banana will be stitched together.
I will stitch you inside a banana.
Neptune replies to you saying, well, you can always wake up with my banana in your bed.
Instant blocked.
Is this like in a group text? Is this in
Yes.
a group text?
Yes, it is the entirety of the first
my
year.
Gosh.
So
She's
he just said that in front of
She's
everybody.
immediately responding with a gun emoji, and that's the only thing she sends.
And you'll get a sword or knife emoji from Saren.
So I think Rue's also doing banana surgery.
Yes,
He's
he
just
is.
studying.
Both. Okay, yep. What is your intelligence?
18.
So yeah, you'll need 19 successes to up it. Your guys' cap is still 20. So
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
alrighty then. It is very late now, getting on the tail end of what time you guys have if you still want to get a full night's rest. And by the sounds of it, that's what you guys want to do. So
Nice.
unless one of you guys wants to stay up.
Nope.
No.
I'm gonna lock the door to stop Sun breaking in to try and rescue the bananas.
Can we post cut banana on the door?
Just tape it to the door.
It's modern art, Moon. Haven't you heard of it?
Worth $2.6 million. Yeah.
But yeah,
Yes, I've seen that.
get a good night's rest. The beds are nice and cozy. Definitely higher end Elysian. They are supportive.
Alrighty then.
Honk, me.
They're not bunk beds, right?
No, they're not
No.
bunk beds.
No.
No, they're
Good.
genuinely just like
Good.
they're like doubles. They're probably doubles, just
Yeah.
for the conveniency of space.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty
Just
then.
need to make sure.
And that will mean we've been going for almost 5 hours.
Oh my.
Someone tuck in
We
carbon
can-
sheets.
Yep. It's up to you guys if you want to continue. And the end of any day is always a good stopping point. So
Yeah.
it is up to you guys.
I think we might pull the
That's
pin
good.
there.
I'm fine for either.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah,
pulled the
I'm
pin
fine
here.
either
Alright.
way.
It's been
Alright.
5. Yeah, it's been like coming up to 5 hours now without.
I mean, if you want to
You're
take a
good.
break, like a 10-minute break, like, I'd be down for that too.
Yeah,
I gotta
sure.
drive to Texas.
I gotta take out
Oh.
the garbage myself.
What did
okay.
you say, Bale?
So I'm driving to Texas.
Yeah, no, then we should probably stop.
Yeah. Well, let's Bale go. Let's let Bale go get some sleep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty then. Wow. You guys will rest, and that'll be where the bookmark falls, as whenever we pick things up will be day 2. Now that you guys get a feel for kind of the flow of things, that's about how it's going to function during school days, weekends,
Mhm.
or any other events outside of that are up to you guys. As you guys do more things, talk to more people, you'll unlock more things to do. Be able to spend time on developing different skill sets. I've already kind of hinted at some of the ones you could pick up from other teachers. And like you've only met a handful of teachers presently, so you still have like the rest you need to meet for this week. Your own skills you need to work on and develop, homework that you still have to do. It's up to you guys.
We'll probably be able to
But
get.
for now, that is where Glacier's bookmark rests. What's up?
We'll probably be able to like get through the days a bit quicker as well. Like once we're properly in the groove of things.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That was the first day, so like yeah, and your guys' first time. So,
Mm-hmm.
but anyways, that is everything I have for right now. Thank you all very much for listening and participating. As always, it has been enjoyable. I guess let us know whenever we are signed out, and then we can do our usual standard affair.
Yep, so I'll just do the quick wrap up. Thank you everybody for watching. Thank you everybody that obviously you guys for playing as well. Thank you for running. The next group that runs, I will hopefully be able to stream as well, but I will not be playing. It'll be who's next on the docket?
Solstice at this same time you guys started today. And then that's next week's Saturday, and then next week's Sunday will be Riverglass. So that'll be all of the Mistral teams done, which means I'll move on to Vacuo after that.
Yeah, so hopefully I'll be able to stream in that as well. But for now, thank you all so much for watching. We look to do it again, and that's all I got for you. So thank you all for watching.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Popping Carmine out of existence.
Okay, I'm pretty sure we're done.